councillors on. It's much easier. So thank you for that. Yeah, so as I say, I'll go back and just check that those minutes for those.
And the energy call particularly is the concrete upgrade pushed out by the organisers, but I wonder is there a definitive next step?
I think they have a vision of where it should go. I'm not sure that at this stage they're in front of us. You know, every now and then you see a little ray of sunshine, like the plug and play that came out of the essential energy report. A lot of it's areas that we've pretty well covered, particularly around safety. But I guess like all these things we need to be represented. Yeah, if I think of anything else, just off the top of my head now. Councillor Thorpe.
I just have a question about the meeting street residents or general residents of Uralla.
Now we're going to have to look at it. It definitely wasn't a bit more gardens. That person didn't want their information public rather than say yes. But I will make some more reviewable notes. Any other questions, Councillor Barros?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question about when you met with Dr. Amanda Cohn and whether she had any great ideas about support for health and the rest. And presuming that's where we started.
Absolutely. For those that, there's a bit of background. Dr. Cohen's watches the doctor. She's also the Greens member of Parliament of the Upper House and was a deputy mayor of all the council. She had a lot to say about particularly the aged care, which was the first time I met her. There was one of the South Coast councils, at a public forum, 800 people, wanted to suggest that she misled them, and it's not a phrase that you should use with Dr. Cohen. She was quite able to stand up in front of the meeting and tell the guy that he don't think of it was a complete basket case and see the engineer really help. So her clear vision around mental health and those issues that are now more and more becoming part of the discussion around the early zen zones is the people issues, those health issues, those, you know, we don't have enough psychiatrists in the region, we don't have enough doctors, we don't have enough support people, all of those things, trying to make them front and centre for the government. So, as I say, I found her incredibly intelligent. I can't say I agree with all the Greens' policy, but that's the view of there. So, any other questions, councillors? Obviously got a couple of things to chase up, but particularly noting that 11th of March with Cheryl Nolan's 2023, so thank you for that. So if I can have a second, please. Councillor Blaster. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. 9.2, the delegate report, Energy Code North Community Reference Group meeting 25th of September 2025 and 20th of March 2026. Recommendation of council receives the delegate report from Councillor Burrows on the Energy Code North Community Reference Group, CRG, and meetings held on or from the 20th of September, each of those days? From the 24th, from the 24th of September 2025. 20th of March 2026. Councillor Burrows, you have to move that?
Yes.
Do you wish to speak to it, or do you want people to ask questions and you'll respond? Councillors, it makes interesting reading. You've done very well, Councillor Burrows. Councillor Blaser, now, you have a question for me, or if you have a Councillor Burrows, feel free.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I echo, thank you, Sarah, for all of your work putting that report together, really great. I just want to observe the reopening of the social impact assessment community survey. This is not unique to Energy Code, but it's just so hard when you get a survey and then 2 months later you get exactly the same survey. You've already responded to it, but you never get a confirmation that you've responded to it. Never quite sure if it's the same survey you already filled in. Life short, do I have another 15 minutes? Nothing to do with you, but I just thought I'd reflect that back. It's totally typical with government, state and federal especially, I think, of just like goldfish, no memory, no communication and continuity of where you are at the moment. Anyway, that's all I want to remark.
Through the minute, it's an extension of the same program, because some people felt that they had not had time to actually put their opinions in, so they extended it for that reason. They're trying to make it as open as they possibly can. I totally agree with your reflections on some other areas of government, but in this one, they're actually just trying to get more people to ask the questions.
Thank you, Councillor Burrows. There's no further questions. I'll ask the secretary. Thank you, Councillor Blaster. All those in favour? I will note that there are 2 vacancies on that board. I understand from recent correspondence I've been hooked into that it will be advertised very soon. Informed that they were one of the candidates for the recent by-election has shown an interest of providing him details. All right, councillors, all those in favour? Thank you very much. Councillors, we go to item 12.1, the Bundarra Community Committee. The draft minutes of the meeting on 15th of April 2026. Thank you, Councillor Philp. The council received the draft minutes of the Bundarra Community meeting held on April 2026. Moved by Councillor Philp. Are there any questions? Councillor Doran, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was a great meeting the last time that we held, and really great to have a number of items ticked off and completed in the works department, which was pretty exciting and was well received by the group, of course. I wanted to just clarify that in the first page of the minutes, 4.1.7, first aid CPR refers to training. So the first aid CPR training that will be held on the 16th of May for interested people in Bundarra, and there's reference to an acronym which is CS. So So is that council something, these rooms? Yes. Oh, customs, I wasn't sure what it was, and it wasn't in the key down the bottom, so just don't ask. Also, would it be alright if I respond to the question that was about the rotary entrance signage? Would that be appropriate if I
Yes.
spoke to that? So thank you. There was a question about the consultation process that's occurred with the traditional owners of the Uralla Shire. So it's a rotary project, so I'm just speaking off the top of my memory, but I'm very involved with the project. So Rotary received funding of $100,000 to complete this project, and it's to do entrance signage throughout the Uralla Shire, recognising traditional owners. So the main focus, obviously, has been to liaise, connect, find the traditional owners that we are aware of in the Shire. We have met with and emailed with Greg Livermore at Tinga, who is the head of the local land services out there, and is the CEO, I think, of the Tinga local land services, Aboriginal land services. And he was born in Bundarra, him and his family, and ended up moving to Tinga. And he gave good advice of the other groups that he was aware of throughout his, I'm sure a number of us are aware of Greg Livermore. He is very well known throughout our area. And so he gave some really good advice on some of the other traditional owners that he was aware of. And we have liaised really closely with Auntie Pam there and her group here in Uralla. So we've been back and forth with all of those people various times. Greg has emailed out to his further groups with connection to the Uralla Shire, and we have general consensus from everybody that it's Anilum people, Anilum land. You will see on the back of the signs that we also acknowledge the Kamilaroi, Banbai, Narrabul and Dungutty people who traversed the land. And the advice that Greg Livermore actually gave, which I take great comfort in, is that these signs are going to last 10 or 15 years. He said, this is the best information we have now. So more information may come to light over time, and if and when that does, we will have opportunity when these signs are redone to then update them to whatever further knowledge comes along as we find it. So, yeah, Claire Mara is the president of Rotary and she is leading the project. And yeah, we as a small Rotary committee take great comfort in those words from Greg Livermore. And, you know, we move forward with that. I'm not a traditional owner. I don't know. I can only go by the best advice that we receive. And I was just looking because I can't remember if Bundarra has an extra. No. Oh, we've got Kamilaroi. Yeah, no. Bundarra's got the same listing on the back. Anyway, so if there's any further questions, I'm happy to answer them, but we have done consultation right through last year. I think we started the project in 2024 and it's very close to coming to conclusion now and being moved to the next step of printing, and then we hand them over to Uralla Council along with any leftover funds that we have out of the $100,000, and then Council will be installing the signs and they become council assets. So that's how the project's going to work, unless the Director of Infrastructure has anything further that you'd like to add, but that's my understanding of how it's working.
Thank you. Any other questions, Council? Councillor Burrows?
Thanks, Councillor Duro. Through there, I don't know if you saw the piece in the Ghana Express, that's what made me ask. And I just didn't want us to end up being the same. I don't want to see any legal battle with anyone, especially over something that we're trying to do that is a good process, I think. So that's why I agreed it. And then, because it ends up being that they end up becoming the property council, does it come back to council before they get done for us to put like a stamp on or anything?
Look, that's a good question. We have brought it to the councillors previously. Because it's traditional owner signage, we kind of didn't feel we needed to come back too much. We did do heaps of surveys, both online and in person. Look, we weren't really going to seek approval, but I would be guided by council staff if that, considering they're the assets, it's not out of the question, we wouldn't have a problem with it. So, yeah, and I just want to add too, very sensitive project, like something, and truly, it's something that a community service group is able to do because there's no connection with no agenda, it's just so sort of appropriate, I guess, for us. We felt to be able to carry that out as a sort of non-connected, apolitical, we can just go in and ask the questions and seek feedback and advice and then be governed by that completely. So yeah, well aware of the sensitivities.
I absolutely agree. I think we're really good doing it. But it has Uralla Shire capital on it. So we need to become more of any ongoing issues. That's again what I brought up. I don't really, as long as I'm comfortable, I wouldn't mind a report at some stage about how the community got to decide, but I don't think it should be up to us. I think it should be up to the community.
If I may just one further, so we did provide, I can't remember what it was right now because it's quite a while ago, but we provided the survey responses, we provided the different options, we went through all of that, and we can perhaps do a wrap up, an early report thing at the end and say this is where we got to and a summary of how we got there. I'm sure that'll be part of our funding application anyway, that we'll need to do that, it wouldn't be onerous. So.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Burrows and Councillor Doran. Really good discussion. It's a great project. It's very exciting to see it coming to this point. I think it would be helpful if we bring those back to council for the final design and just to wrap the project up because they did come to council early. So I think that would be an appropriate course of action if the director can progress that at that point. Yeah, thank you, Phil.
We might get the locations included on a small map of those towns where the signs will be. Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor
Yes, so just looking for clarification, item 4.2, at the bottom of those minutes, there's mention there of documents being on expeditions, and I'm sure they're loving that, but I wonder if that should be exhibition. Yeah, I'm going to make sure the exhibition rather than exhibition. But the other thing was that the item under that, I'm curious about the hampers and the neighbourhood centre and how that all works, given that we already have a neighbourhood centre who is doing food hampers in Bundara, and I just wondered if there could be some clarification on that point, please.
So I'm just getting my, UNC, so Uralla Neighbourhood Centre currently do hampers for Christmas for the Bundara group and have done that for lots of years. And then there were questions about the food pantry that they run here in Uralla and whether there could be options for that to be a more regular thing through Bundara. And so Carol Barnton went and spoke at one of the meetings, not this last one, and they're working out how they could do deliveries and how that could happen in a targeted sense rather than taking out a full sort of lot of food for people to select, but to be able to do orders like a click and collect type thing. And I'm happy to talk with you further offline about that so that you can understand it more if that's better.
Yeah, thank you for that. If I could, Mr. Mayor, I think it sounds, it's all fine and it's very generous. I just am concerned that we now have two different neighbourhood centres in the same little town, both doing similar things and not necessarily doing it together. So I'm happy to discuss it with you later if that's appropriate.
I think that's an excellent idea, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Thorpe, you got a question?
I just also would like to note that in our business papers, we used one lot of our meeting minutes for last month, March. So that will provide a little bit more context around how this visit and stuff.
Because it was a bit later.
Yes.
True.
No further questions? Councillor Burrows, do you have a question or are you going to second it? You ask a question then I'll write.
I just want to suggest around the community signage and notice board that that's a perfect thing for an Ace New England's sit.
They're working on that.
Great, thank you.
So yeah, Matthew, the chair of this meeting, has met with Ace quite a few times to talk about various funding things that we can get out there.
Thank you very much. I have met Councillor Thorpe, second Councillor Burrows. The council received the draft minutes of the Bundarra Committee meeting held on the 15th of April 2026. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Councillor, item 12.2, the Hill Street Affordable Housing Project Advisory Committee meeting minutes held 7th of April 2026. The recommendations the council received and notes and minutes of the Hill Street Project Advisory Committee meeting held on the 7th of April 2026. Somebody prepare to move and Councillor. Any questions, councillors? Thank you. I'll look for a second. Councillor Thorpe. Thank you for our delegates. Although the council receives and makes the minutes of the Hill Street Project Advisory Committee meeting on the 7th of April 2026, all those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Councillor, item 13, 1 DA 9/2026 for alterations and additions to the existing residential care facility at 39 King Street, Uralla. The recommendations at the bottom of page 13, the council approves the application for alterations and additions to the existing residential care facility located on land described as Lot 4 DP 544019, Lot 1 DP 512959, Lot 3 DP 114856, Lot 4 DP 114856, and Lot 202 DP 1148577 is known as 39 King Street, subject to the conditions of consent in the attached notice of determination. Councillor Burrows, you had a question that you raised earlier today?
I did, thank you very much, Mayor. It was around the design of this group and having spent an awful lot of time sitting in the walls in those rooms, I just thought that the placement of the door to the bathroom and then the sink internally would possibly not as user friendly as they could be, and the same with some of the cupboards of the built furniture. And I would like to propose that I'd like to add to the recommendation. What has been proposed by me is a lot longer than I wanted to write. I just want it to be that it is possible for changes to door placement and built furniture. This is too specific. I mean, yes, it does need to have more electrical outlets. It has to be so that someone sitting in the chair and they can't get up, they can call for a nurse. I just think it needs a little bit more careful design, and I'm sure that when somebody has looked at it, they will come up with even better ideas than I did, and I'm willing to trust them on that. I don't need to be quite this prescriptive.
Well, the gentleman has been Blake, would you like to give some guidance for how that discussion might occur to sort out Councillor Barr's concerns, please?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I've spoken with the manager of planning, Mr. Heather Nichols, and please speak up if I speak incorrectly. Her view was that it's a very minor internal modification to the layout of the room, which is moving the door from one side of the ensuite bathroom to the north and switching a basin around, moving the built-in cupboard from near the window up to the edge of the door and installing 2 additional buzzers. Ms Nichols' view is that we don't need to impose a condition to make those changes, we can just make those changes prior to the issue of construction certificate. So what we could do, is that correct? Yeah. So we wouldn't need a condition to make those changes, and we can probably liaise with you when we're preparing those plans, so is this what you're thinking? But they're very minor internal layout modifications.
Thank you. When I said the question in, I thought that they would be minor and wouldn't need to be included in the DA. Or I would have said it originally to all councillors. I'm willing to trust in the process, and I've brought up the fact that it might work better if someone re-looked at it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrs. And councillors, while we haven't had it down yet, and I'm sure we will get around questions about notice, with notice, sorry. The councillors have some concern, rather than, I'm more than happy if they send it in early in the day and then get a response on the floor of the chamber. So we can make sure it's a public information rather than let those little concerns rest. So thank you, Councillor Barrs. Councillor Barrs, are you prepared to move the recommendation?
Yes, Madam President.
Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Blackstone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 questions and 1 observation. My 2 questions are, I couldn't find what the cost of this is. It might just be because when I end up reading 500 odd pages, I miss something, but that was my first question. My second question is, what is the actual total parking requirement? I couldn't work that out from the maths that was in there, and it doesn't make sense to me to say, of course, there'd be 0.3 of an extra with 1 room, but that gives me no guidance as to what the actual total parking requirement would be. That's my second question. And then my observation is just how confusing it is, page 19 of the agenda, which is the excerpts out of our LEP, how confusing it is to have a residential care facility means accommodation for seniors that is not a hostel, and then it says seniors housing means a hostel. Anyway, that's just an observation. I don't know what that means. But my 2 questions, please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Blackstone. General Manager, would you like to pick a council staff member to answer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have the acting manager of planning here, who may be able to assist with this response, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
To answer your questions, Councillor, the actual area of development includes land beyond that which forms part of this DA. So when I was having to do the assessment of the report, well, I actually was bringing land that doesn't form part of the current development. So I did have a conversation with Blake time just to make sure that we're on the same page and understanding what the actual requirements of the total to sell down. So there's another allotment of land that is not part of the framing up we have at the beginning of the report, that forms part of the overall development, the facility that doesn't form part of this DA.
If I recall, there's around 14 car spaces all up that service the whole facility. And I think there's a report coming up shortly about the future development of the site. And that's in that next stage where all that housekeeping needs to come together and we need to do the zoning orders and that and set the scene for what's going forward. Conversion of a laundry utility room to one additional unit for an aged care facility may technically require an increase of 0.3 of the car space. But given inspections of the site where there is plenty of car spaces available, my recommendation, my technical advice is that 0.3 didn't need to be separately accounted for at this stage, but it would be part of the cumulative calculation when the next stage, much larger expansion of the site comes together. If that makes sense, council. So it is a minor increase. Many developments work on the gross floor area, and a car space calculation is the difference between the current car parking requirements and the increase generated by the extension or expansion. The car parking code for this development doesn't look at floor space, it goes on unit numbers. So the 0.3 generation seemed to be a really minor thing to take into account for changing the utility room to a unit. But certainly at the next stage, when there's quite a considerable expansion, then there needs to be a recalculation of the whole of the site, and at that stage, the 0.3 would be added in. Normally with car space, up to 0.5, you round it all down. So 0.3, you don't do anything. If you have a floor space requirement that's 0.5 or 0.6, you round it up to 1. So in this case, I'm even saying 0.3 doesn't actually require us to provide another space. And when we do look at car parking for the whole of the site, we will need to look at all of the area, which includes another allotment not included in this particular TA. There was an earlier question, Councillor, I think I've forgotten what the question was.
Yeah, and that's not an answer either. So, I mean, it's probably not significant, but
Use the microphone, please,
it
councillor.
says one space.
No, we're not having, it's not going into the debate, please.
12. Anyway, not an answer. Cost was the other question.
Councillor Blake, I'm sorry, I'm not prepared to accept that. You've got a very detailed answer, and now you're suggesting the staff have somehow misled you. How does that work?
No, I said it's not an answer. The answer was, what is the actual calculation of parking spaces required based on the methodology that's outlined there? It says 1 space per 3 beds. I can work that out because it's 36 beds. Then it says 1 space for each resident or staff doctor. I can't work that out. And then it says 1 space for each per 3 employees. So there's maths there, but I don't know what the numbers are behind that. That's my question.
I'm sure there's a better way to do it. Acting manager planning, you want to have a go at that?
I recall when I did the assessment, I think 14 was the magic answer. 14 car spaces.
I understood Councillor Blake had a question about the money involved.
The cost.
Yeah.
Correct.
We've budgeted $60,000 with a $10,000 contingency. And the reason for that is there's some recruitment finessing during the demolition phase.
Thank you very much.
So,
Councillor Zora?
so should the cost be part of the recommendation so that we're providing full transparency on the matter?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the cost is less than the 80,000 that triggers the contribution plan and the like. So there is no need, all the documents are available through the planning portal online. As far as assessing this application, the capital improvement value is less than the minimum to generate requirements for contribution plans should contribution plans apply.
Sorry, may I just ask an extra point.
There you go.
So thank you, I appreciate the response to that. I'm just thinking there's significant community interest in this matter. I think it would be pertinent to include as much detail as we can so our community know exactly what we're doing at each step along the way, given that it's going to be a staged sort of process as well. So I would just suggest that for transparency and openness of communication, I'd like to see that if that's possible, if the mover wouldn't mind.
Councillor Burrows, are you happy if you put that the estimated cost of the project is $60,000? Part of the recommendation.
I think it's unnecessary, and I think it's giving, when we put out for tenders on things, if we need to put out for tenders on things, we're giving them a, please spend this much money figure. I think it falls in the bundle of expenditure that we trust people to do, so I think we should be trusting them to do it. But if it's real above there, then I don't think it's going to be.
It's above there for me.
No, I won't put that in my resolution.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. Councillors, any further questions for the second Councillor Marr?
I just wanted to make a point and take it as given that the activity does always the nuisance effect on residents is being communicated in a timely manner. So they can understand that, whilst this report deals with the neighbours and the effects around neighbours, obviously you've got internal neighbours and residents that are actually affected by it. So, I take it as read, but it's not communicated in this report. So, I just want to make that point.
Thank you for that. We're looking for a second of councillors. Councillor Marr, all those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Oh, sorry, there's a planning division decision. Stand up. Sorry about this, councillors. So all those in favour of standing up, thank you. Unanimous. Thank you, Mrs. Bates. I'll read the recommendation again. The council approves the development application reference DA 9/2026 for alteration to the existing residential care facility located upon land described as Lot 4 DP 544 099, Lot 1 DP 512959, Lot 3 DP 114856, Lot 4 DP 114856, Lot 202 DP 114857, known as 39 King Street, subject to conditions of consent. Note the amendment will be made to the design of the room to accommodate the change in location of the door in the bathroom and other minor changes to improve comfort for residents and maneuverability. Councillor Martin, Councillor Burrows, you have it. Thank you, councillors. Councillor, the acting manager of planning might like to go back to that seat, please. Councillors, the staged expansion of the Gore Gardens. The recommendation that council received relates to a report on the proposed staged expansion of the Gore Gardens to 50 beds. Endorses the preparation and lodgement of a concept development application for the staged expansion of the Gore Gardens to 50 beds. And 3, submits a grant application for the proposed expansion under the new next aged care capital assistance program round the Uralla Shire Council is eligible to apply for. So, would somebody prepare to move that, please, Councillor Burrows? Any questions, councillors? Councillor Burrows?
Hi, I really want this to happen. This is really important. However, this report was very hard to read. On page 29, it talks about the new 8-bed dimensioning in Salisbury Court Wing. That's great. but that would be a new room, to my understanding from reading this, it's a new, in Salisbury, there's a new room renovated for the laundry, under the DA, that we just passed a resolution on, and now in the 6 new rooms in Salisbury Court, 2 of them are actually renovated rooms, so it's 4 rooms. So we currently have 36 rooms in Whitmore Gardens. We just added, by the last resolution, another room to 37 beds. 6 new rooms with 2 renovated rooms would take that to 43 beds. Then under stage 2, which I'll get to in a minute, there's one demolished room, takes it back down to 42 beds, and a new room renovated from another laundry in Chiswick takes it up to 43 beds, and then 9 new rooms in Chiswick takes it to 52 beds, not 50 beds. So the maths is wrong somewhere in here.
Just had Mr. Lanier from the group manager who was prepared to report that he's happy to speak about it. Thank you.
Great. I'm going to ask all my questions and then you can answer, please.
Shall we deal with one at a time? That way we.
The next one's pretty simple. I think that's a really big typo in stage 2, where it says the construction of the new dementia care facility, Salisbury Court wing comprising, I think that's a typo, it should be Chiswick, not Salisbury. Otherwise we're building 2 new dementia areas, which I would really like to know how you came to decide that we need that many dementia beds.
Group manager, you'd like to-
3 things to add. Apologies if this report was difficult to read. I had written it from the previous council meeting, and then I'd rewritten it following the wonderful news that we got from the Friends of McMoores. In terms of the 50 beds, my understanding is that we'll go up to 50 beds in total. I'm just looking for the plans at the moment so I can just count the proposed number of rooms in a second. Councillor Burrows is correct in that the DA that Council has just approved will bring it up to 37. This concept development application, the plans that were attached to it, which will need some further additional work done before they're in the form for submission as part of a development application. That's assuming that that room has been built. So the first stage is intended to build 4 new rooms. So it's demolishing 2, rebuilding 6, with a net increase of 4. That's supposed to bring us up to 41. And then the second stage is meant to be 9 beds to bring us up to 50. If that calculation is incorrect and it's 52, I would be delighted because I would love to have 52 beds. If you can just give me a moment, I'll just pull up the master plans. I've got my desk up here.
If it takes you as long as it took me to go through both the plans for each area, the plans that we've been provided with earlier, and the list, I reckon is going to come up with the same site in 52 beds. And I've got no problem with 52 beds, it's just I'd like it to be correct. And is Chiswick, or is Chiswick also Salisbury?
Yes, so Chiswick, all we're proposing in Chiswick is one additional, the demolition of room 20, and then it would be proposed to have a walkway going through to, I believe that's the Salisbury. Salisbury's on the left, Goswick. So it's an extension. It's an extension to the Chiswick wing with an additional.
And another room made out of the laundry, and one room down the closet.
So there's 10 rooms, but that's a net increase of 9 because there's a relocation of 20. And then we've got the demolition of room 24, 25, and then the construction of rooms 38, 39, 40, and 41. And that's assuming that room 37 has been constructed beyond party.
I actually hope it's 52.
Yeah,
I just really like this checked before you go too much further.
I'm happy to triple check it, but by my count, going off the number of rooms when the architect's gone through a number of the rooms, They've numbered that at room 50, which is the final additional room. But Councillor Burrows, I'm more than happy to revisit that. Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm happy to go out of reading through my reading of the plans and this review. And my other question was on page 31, it says, the request information mentions hospice style setting. We're saying dementia and residential, but to my knowledge, we're not doing any hospice, which is different to both. Unless I'm technically, I don't, if there might be a technical difference that I'm not getting.
Okay. So, Councillor Burrows, you are correct. What I've done is I have, when I've described stage 2 in words, I've said construction of new dementia care facility Salisbury Court. So that's a typo on my part, and that's incorrect. So what it should say is construction of new wing, Chiswick, 10 new rooms with ensuite storage, staff WC, accessible WC, kitchen, basin, lounge, outdoor treatment, outdoor dining area treatment, nurses station, treatment room, construction of nurses accommodation comprising 4 single beds. So that description above all of those sub-dot points on page 30 is incorrect. So that's not an additional dementia care facility, that's just an additional, that's a new wing comprising 10 new rooms, but it's a net 9 new rooms. Because of that demolition of Room 20 relocation.
I really, really want this to get passed, so I'm very happy to do anything I can with you offline to help tighten this report up a bit.
Yes. What I would submit, Councillor Burrows, is in terms of the concept DA, the plans themselves, I think, clearly, which are attached to the report, clearly describe what we're proposing. I think the only error that's come up has been in my description of what I've put in the report on page 30. So there should be the master plan set as an attachment to the report.
Where are they?
Master plans weren't attached to the report, so I went attached.
No, I won't attach.
Oh,
So
We
we
went back to the master plan that we'd been used,
Yes,
we'd used before, because I come back and it would have changed it. So I was using the master plan
Yep.
drawings.
okay, apologies. I have thought that the master plan had been attached to this report because there is a description in the master plans of what stage 1 entails and what stage 2 entails on the plans.
So that's why we're drawing the numbers, so we can put.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. When I drafted the report, I had attached the plan, so I don't know if that dropped off when the report was
Can you
created.
provide them now?
Yes,
Is that cool, put those plans to everybody now, please?
yes.
It's in next part, we can all access the master plan in next part, which is why I need to use it.
Is that the set dated 25 March 2026?
Yeah, I'll just bring it up.
Can someone send me the link, because I can't get into next part.
What I'll also do is I'll recirculate them presently to all councillors.
It was 2020, I've got 2025, but more draft proposed master plan 20th of October. That's the one.
20th of October, so no, that wouldn't be the plan set you want to be looking at. Because the concept DA is proposing 2 stages. So I've just emailed that around to all councillors now.
Okay, may I suggest that we can all look at this in our leisure, but that I think that we all will want, I presume that this is something that we want to progress. I just would like it to be right when we do progress it.
So if I can explain what I'm seeking from the councillors tonight, and perhaps this might give you some comfort. What I'm seeking approval from the council for tonight is to lodge the concept DA. And so what I'm proposing, and I'll explain it to you in words because unfortunately my report appears to have not adequately captured what we need to do. So I'll talk through stage 1 and then I'll talk through stage 2. And you might be able to follow along on the plans that I've just emailed through. So on stage 1, what we're proposing is the demolition of rooms 24 and 25, which is currently Salisbury Court, and then the demolition or relocation of the gazebo, which sits at the rear. So we've had discussions with friends of in-laws who were the ones who donated that gazebo approximately 12 years ago. They're happy for that to be moved, and we'll have separate discussions about that, but they don't see that as a particular issue. Then in addition, we'd be looking at demolishing in Uralla laundry and a kitchen, and that will be proposed to be a new laundry. So if we go on to page 4 of the PDF, which is the plan, which is entitled 25007, drawing number A003, proposed master plan. In terms of stage 1, so that's the dementia wing, and that's proposing the refurbishment of rooms 24 and 25 with en-suites. Then it's also proposing the construction of 4 new additional rooms, room 38, 39 and 40, all with en-suites. It's proposing a lounge dining area with a kitchen and a staff-only pantry area. So in the discussions we had with the dementia expert, they suggested that if we're going to have a pantry, we hide it, so that the residents who are living with dementia can still go and use the kitchen, but we make it a safe space for the residents and we keep a butler's pantry behind it. Then we have an outdoor dining area. You'll see a dashed line opposite the outdoor dining area, which is going to be that outdoor space for the dementia residents. This is only a concept, so further details can be included in any concept development application, the detailed stage 1 to be included in there. You'll also see there's a pink box in Uralla, which is the proposed laundry. That proposed laundry is the residents' laundry, so it's not a commercial laundry. As councillors may recall from previous discussions, we're looking at doing a commercial laundry. That's not commercially viable, but we do want to have a laundry where we can wash residents' clothing and make sure that that doesn't get damaged. Then in stage 2, which is over by the Chiswick, we'd be proposing to undertake some minor demolition there, which is in the sitting area, those internal layouts, the demolition of room 20, and then there's a number of sheds which goes along the boundary. We'd be proposing to demolish those, and then there's a courtyard, and sort of like a brick courtyard opposite the staff room. We'd also be proposing to demolish that. And then the existing building, which is located on that lot down the bottom next to the car park. So then in stage 2, we'd be looking to add some additional storage in Chiswick because the staff have said that we need additional storage. We'd be looking to do the accessible water closet, a separate water closet that's not accessible, the nurses' station, a treatment room, and then again we'd be looking to do a kitchen with a butler's pantry behind it, and then the outdoor dining area. So in that space, we still do want to make that accessible to people who are living with dementia, but the purpose of stage 1 is that's for our higher needs dementia, or our people who have dementia but they're very mobile, so they need to be able to be contained in a safe space, but not to be in such a way where it's construed as restrictive practices. So in stage 2, we'd be moving room 20 down to the bottom and then constructing an additional 9 rooms, and then we'd also be looking to do the proposed nurses accommodation. On page 5 of the PDF, there's a close-up of stage 1, and then on the next page we've got a close-up.
Hang on, give us a minute. Catch up with you.
No, that's all right.
And make the screen
Well,
smaller
okay,
again.
see these new drawings, the numbers are up.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense.
Yes, and so I really do apologise, councillors, because I had thought that these plans were attached to the report. So that's an oversight on my part there. I'm not sure how that did end up on there.
So page 5, what were you saying?
Page 5, that's a blow up of stage 1, and that shows in detail all the works that will be proposed in stage 1. Then page 6 of the PDF is a blow up of stage 2, not including the nurses' accommodation.
Where's the nurses' accommodation?
On page 7, it shows where the nurses' accommodation would be located. So as councillors would be aware, there's that old house, which is located on a separate lot from Whitmore Gardens, but we get access to back round to King Street from this particular lot, and that's where the additional parking is as well. So this is to give councillors an idea of what the concept DA would be that we'd be looking to launch. As the acting manager of planning pointed out, we're going to then have to assess the cumulative impacts of parking. We're going to have to look at cumulative impacts of the development as a whole. And the purpose of a concept DA is to allow us to consider all of those cumulative impacts at once, but then also have a detailed stage 1 DA, which we'd be proposing carry out works on as part of that approval, and then stage 2 would be a separate development application if and whenever we got funding for that. The report also explains how we might fund it. So again, tonight I'm not asking for any approval from council to fund it. I'm just saying I'd like to be able to launch this development application, and there's 2 reasons why I want to do that. One, because we've got this wonderful bequest from the estate of Keith Fuller, which could be estimated in the amount of, well, Friends of Whitmore Gardens have given an in-principle agreement of contributing up to $700,000 towards the cost of the build. And then I've also worked with the manager of assets to identify whether or not we've got enough in our projected capital expenditure to cover council's contribution towards the balance of the project. So there's an estimated cost that's set out in the report for stage 1. There's an estimated cost for stage 2, just to give you an idea. Obviously, there's further detailed costing that would need to be done, and that would also be able to be identified as part of that stage 1 detailed design, because as the acting manager of planning identified, we need to be able to estimate the cost of the build so we can identify if there's any need for development contributions. So I'm not asking council to approve the development tonight. I'm not asking councils to approve the funding for it tonight. I'm just asking for councillors' approval to launch stage 1, the concept development application to carry out the expansion up to 50 beds in 2 stages, stage 1 and stage 2.
Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Blake, I'm sorry, whatever your title is. Thank you very much for that, that's really helpful. The map is exceedingly helpful, thank you. Like Councillor Burrows, I went down and wrote the whole trying to work out how the numbers all worked and couldn't get them to work out. 2 things I'm wondering about. So I read that the, and I may well have this wrong, but the lodgement of the concept DA, so is that $30,000 to lodge it?
We've estimated $30,000 to prepare the documents for lodgement. So we'll need a town planner, we'll need further architectural refinement to be done to the plans.
Yeah.
We'll probably need a aged care specialist fire consultant to deal with sprinklers, whatever quantities that they are. So all of that together, we're estimating 30,000.
Okay, and so you're wanting us to approve the expenditure of approximately $30,000 Is
No,
that
I've
then?
got that money in our budget already. So,
No,
Yes.
that's, sorry, and I shouldn't do the back and forth, so I should have asked my two questions. So that's my one question, and my second question, is that the property, Keith Fuller's residence, is on real estate. It's being advertised for $520,000. So I'm just concerned about the $700,000, and so they're my 2 points. Is one, the 30,000 again should be included in the recommendation for clear transparency of this is what we're looking to spend as a startup lodgement of the concept DA, and my concern about the property has not sold, and it's for $520,000 on Uralla Properties. Anyone can look it up, it's publicly out there on the market. And so then, yeah, the wording is that there's a $700,000 bequest from the Keith Fuller's property, and it's like, well then his property's going to be sold for, like, it's on the market for 520, so it's definitely not going to make 700,000. So I'm just confused about those two things.
do you want to answer that, General? Mr. Mayor, I can answer that. Okay, thank you. Group Manager. Yeah. Through Mr. Mayor. I was lucky enough to be involved in the process for probate because there were some issues, and I know the president of Friends of Vic Moors, and she knows that I'm aware. So she was asking for some help in terms of navigating the probate process. So I am privy to some information that's not out there in the public. The estimate of the estate is north of 700,000. So there's other assets within the estate and not just the house. The initial estimate of the value of the estate took into account an estimated value of property that was significantly less than what it's been advertised for. So in terms of when this process started, the property was valued less, and it's since moved with the market. And so there will be, I'm quietly confident that there will be more than enough in the state to meet that $700,000, but if there's not, then I guess we get what we get, and we deal with it when we get there. But I have seen figures, and I'm quietly confident that the estate will be able to pay legal fees, outstanding rates and things that it needs to do, agents' fees, and that there will still be more than 700,000 left in the estate afterwards, because there's cash in the bank, there's other assets, that form part of the estate as well. But I'm not allowed to disclose that information because I've come into contact with that information through different things.
I suppose, if I may just have one more, I suppose that we can only go with what we've got here. And, like, to be honest, I've been quite confused by a lot of the information, which is definitely clarified by the maps being available. I'm definitely not against, and definitely want to see it grow, but I just am not feeling confident yet that it's all going to line up the way we cross our fingers it might. You know, like, it's not really solidly there to provide. You know, you give me comfort with your words. I trust you because I do. But if I was just reading that, you know, I don't have quite the same comfort.
And if I can give you some further comfort.
And back to the 30,000 concept DA, should we put that in the recommendation?
If I can give you some further comfort, this decision that from Friends of Mickle Gardens, I only heard it at the start of April. So it still wasn't set in stone, and it's still just an in-principle agreement. Another reason why I want to be able to launch this concept DA is so that we have a project that's ready to go, it's been fully costed, so that when the next aged care capital assistance program grant comes up, we're ready to go. Because what the government is looking for is shovel-ready projects, or projects where we're ready to go. If we can find the funding, and this is what I said to Friends of McMillan's, if we get that money from the estate and we're able to contribute towards that, and we're able to, and this is a future decision that's going to be made from council, and I've got to demonstrate to you that we can afford that. All I'm asking for is the approval of the concept DA. But to get to that process, I had to explain to Friends of McMillan's the other benefit of getting this the bequeathment from the estate is that if we're able to demonstrate our contribution towards stage one and we begin construction for stage one, that makes us radically more competitive for stage two to get that additional funding from the government when the next aged care capital assistance program comes up. So it's not wholly based on that money that we get from Friends of McMillan. There are alternative ways to fund it as well. My report was merely to illustrate possible funding pathways for council, but that's not a decision I'm asking you to make today, and I will need to demonstrate to you, one, what the cost will be if council did choose to allow the lodgement of the DA. So there's a number of decisions that still need to be made in the future. If there's any of those additional questions that you want more answers for, I can go through those for you. In terms of the 30,000, I think that's a matter for council, but it's just using money that we had allocated for capital expenditure for this year. We're just using that money to prepare the DA for lodgement.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor.
So, a nice simple question. I look at the resolution or recommendation, and we're talking about 250 beds. Since I counted to 55,
Can you go back to the map, please, Councillor O'Connor? We're not going through the 55s and 52s again, please.
no, but I'm just saying that there's been numbers. All I want to do is what figure are we settling on, and does it include the 4 residences for the nurses, or is it a 50-bed facility with 4 beds for staff?
Manager, you want to clarify that, please?
Yes, it would be for proposed expansion, bring the facility up to 50 beds in 2 stages, and nurses accommodation comprising 4 units.
Yeah, good. That's all I needed to know.
And that's fine.
Councillor Blason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a few questions money related. I'll go through them one by one. First one, there's reference to CapEx being reallocated on page 33 of the agenda. My first question is, where is that being reallocated from?
Group Manager, you want to explain that again, please?
Yes, I can explain that. So there was 590,000 that was allocated to McMillan Gardens for capital expenditure this year. There was, when we were first looking at
This year being
for this financial year,
for
25-26. Yep. One of the decisions we made was to defer the purchase of 20 new beds, which would have come to 104,000. There was 2 reasons behind that. One, we couldn't get the sheets that were 50 beds that we wanted through our linen provider, and 2, we wanted to defer the purchase of those beds so we'd have that money available for the potential expansion of McMillan Gardens. Then there was some money that was put aside for the painting and renewal of 10 rooms. We've done 3 rooms so far. We've deferred the decision to renew a further 7 rooms, again for 2 reasons. One, because we've had very high occupancy and we've wanted to keep those rooms occupied, and 2, because we're thinking about this potential expansion of more gardens and we wanted that money to be available for this instead. So every step of the way, the first person I've spoken to before I've come up with any decision on expenditure is to call manager of assets and say how much money do I have left in the queue for these things and how much have we committed for other things. So I'm not asking councillors to give me any more money in the budget. We've just been reallocating money that was allocated in capital expenditure for different projects at the moment.
Thank you. Next question. Is there a reason there's, on page 31, there's an explanation about Friends of McMillan and the bequest which you've talked further about. Is there a reason that's not mentioned again in the second last paragraph on page 31 that talks about the co-funding for stage 1. It talks about all manner of possible ways to co-fund, but doesn't talk about the bequest anymore.
So page 32, 31, and we're talking about the
second last paragraph, which starts the current proposed capex and goes on to talk about the remaining funding requirement would need to be met through complementary funding sources.
yes.
Mentions a whole lot of ideas, but it doesn't talk about the bequest anymore. Is that intentional?
It is intentional, and the reason why it's intentional is because there's future decisions that need to be made by council, and we have an in-principle agreement with Friends of Equal Gardens. But as is explained in there, we're proposing to have a memorandum of understanding between council and Friends of Equal Gardens, setting out expectations as to when and how that funding will be provided. So, for example, they don't just want to give the money to council all at once. They're thinking maybe we give it in stages when you're ready, when you meet certain milestones. So there's a lot of future decisions yet to be made. I'm very mindful that I'm not a councillor. I can't assume that certain decisions are going to be made. So I have tried to be very careful in the language that I've used in the report.
Thank you. Next question, in terms of the build out of stage 1, what will be the impacts on existing residents and room availability, and how will that impact on operations and costs, and will there be a cost of transition plan to manage all of those impacts?
Yes, there will be, and we'll have to work through that. So again, I didn't want to get too much into the detail of that because there's a number of decisions that need to be made before we get to that point. But those are things that we've had to think about. So, for example, getting this additional room constructed will bring us up to 37 rooms, but really what that's going to do is give us additional flexibility when we have to demolish those 2 rooms. We're going to have to factor into our costing how much downtime we're expecting for those 2 rooms, because there is a cost when those rooms are not filled. We're also going to be putting into the tender documents, and this is more of a governance thing, trying to have a project steering committee, putting into the tender documents that they come up with a plan to manage impacts on the residents, but we also want to be able to ensure that the residents are kept informed and also have a say in how those things work. In terms of impacts, the most impact is going to be felt on those 2 other rooms in Salisbury Court that are not being demolished, and so we'll have to figure out ways to minimise those impacts as much as we can. So for stage 1, the impacts are going to be largely minimised, but that's going to be something we're going to flesh out a bit more in the planning process. So if I get a resolution tonight to prepare a development application, we'll have to think about how that works. And then there will be further work to be done even after if we did get a decision on the concept DA and we got approval for that. There'd still be further work we'd have to do with the contractors, and that will form part of those tender documents as well. And then in addition to that, we'd have to work very closely with the Director of Nursing and residents to make sure that we're communicating and managing those impacts on residents, because it's a big concern. But I have seen it done in other places where they've been able to manage that, and that was recognised as a very proactive way of doing things. But there's no way to expand this building and have no impacts. All we can do is manage and mitigate to the greatest extent possible.
Yeah, I think that's obvious. My concern, and the reason I'm asking these questions, is because we only have a partial picture of the financial implications of what we're being asked.
Yes.
And my most significant concern is there's references to the 10-year financial forecast, but that's not actually presented here. There's just a few statements made. Council has had a workshop information session around that, but we haven't formally received that. There were numerous issues raised during that session. That's not back before us. So that's where I'm getting at there is my financial philosophy is to have a full and complete and accurate financial picture before making decisions, and especially big ones. This is a big one. And not having that 10-year forecast makes that problematic. And then the other aspect of that is the proposal to agree to a grant application being submitted on spec with no details. And I imagine, I think it's highly likely that those grant rounds are going to require co-funding. There's no way that we can support a blank check for co-funding, especially when, as we know, our unrestricted reserves are whittling down to very marginal amounts of money now. So that's the context for those questions. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
I appreciate the group managers outlined why we're not doing the full financial details tonight. However, all of those issues need to be clear. We agree with that. There are other ways of funding it under the restricted asset, restricted cash, rather than out of our cash storage. So, I guess I'm in a position now where if somebody's prepared to second this, I'll put the motion. There was obviously in a different timetable and had to have the discussion around the finances again. Separately, we'll ask for a further report. Is somebody prepared to second that? Thank you, Councillor Arnold. It's moved by Councillor Barrow, seconded by Councillor Arnold. The council receives and notes the report on the proposed stage expansion of the War Gardens to 50 beds, endorses the preparation of the concept development application for the stage expansion of the War Gardens to 50 beds, and submits a grant application for the proposed expansion under the next aged care capital assistance program round that the Uralla Shire Council is eligible to apply for.
Can I ask a quick question, please? I'm just wondering about the additional nurses accommodations, because they are actually part of the project, aren't they? There's the 50 beds for the course, but then there's...
Group manager, should that be in the recommendation?
Yes, if council wants to see it in there, we can say and nurses accommodation.
It's definitely part of the project, isn't it?
It's happy. I'll go back to the mover in a second. Councillor Burrows, you happy with that to be included in the recommendation?
Yes, I am.
Councillor Arnold?
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Doran. So it needs now detailed and recommendation. So 50 beds plus 4 nurses accommodation. All those in favour, councillors? Thank you, Councillor Blakes, are you voting against?
Correct.
Thank you. Councillors, item 13.3. Item 13.3, the outcome of public exhibition and public hearing for plan of management for 2 Thunderbolts Way, Bundara / Bryce Munro. The recommendation of council makes the outcome of the public exhibition of the draft plan of management for lot 24 DB 753646 2 Thunderbolts Way, Bundara, including that no written submissions were received and no objections were raised at the public meeting. 2, receives and notes the report of the independent chair of the public hearing. Attachment 1. 3, determines in accordance with sections 36, 40 and 48 of the Local Government Act 1993, New South Wales, block 24 DB 753646 be categorised as community land / general community use for adopts a plan of management for lot 24 DB 753646 2 Thunderbolts Way, Bundara, as exhibited. Somebody move that, please. Councillor Phil. Any questions?
I'd like to just speak to them briefly.
Councillor Doran.
I was at the public hearing, and I think it was really well delivered and explained the situation with the changing of the land to be categorised as community land, general community use, and basically nobody in the room had any issue with any of that or the plans of management, and the issues seem to be more around communication generally And I think that was good to provide that opportunity to the Bundoora community and residents to understand sort of the process and what's been happening. So it was definitely still worthwhile, however, probably on a different angle than we expected. So I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Blakesley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things that arose that confused me. On page 37 of the attachments, I think it is, there was reference to concerns raised by one of the directors of the board, Richard Goodall, about council having proposed a significant increase in rent. And my memory is that that was not the case, so I wondered if someone could set me straight.
Yeah, I think if we go through the council discussions, originally we had a calculation that it should be approximately $80,000, correct me if I'm wrong, $80,000 a year. We sent that back to them. The communication between the chairman and the group manager was that probably was unaffordable given their precarious financial position, although probably pretty sound for the size of it. And so it came back to council, and council then resolved on the 50,000. So that goes to that communication issue rather than anything else. That's a right thing to
Three years there. I believe that the 80,000 was a result of the valuer's report, and then there was a number of options that was presented to council. Council decided at first instance to have the 50,000, which was linked to the 10-year capital expenditure plan. That was then taken to the board, and they said we can't afford 50,000. Can we just continue on the same month to month? And then council resolved at the same month to month, which I think at that time was around about 42,000, which represented in effect an $80,000 in-kind contribution from that council decided to give Grace Monroe, which was 8,000 less than the 50,000. Which was the annualised 500,000 over the 10-year period of the asset management plan. And I think we spoke to Mr. Goodall about that.
It's just worrying that the misinformation obviously is pervasive and confuses me to have two directors on the board that aren't on the same page. And so I'm interested, last question, Mr. Mayor, is what are the implications of that for our ongoing negotiations, please?
Your point's well made, Councillor Blakesley, but that's an aggravated issue for the chairman of the board to deal with. They have a significant number of members, and it may suit somebody's argument to suggest otherwise. It's an issue for an excellent manager of the board to deal with. Councillors, if there's no further questions, I have moved by Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Doran, that council notes the outcome of the public exhibition draft plan of management for D.24 DP 753646 to Thunderbolts Bay Bundoora, including that no written submissions were received and no objections related to the public meeting. 2, receives and runs the report of the independent chair of the public hearing, attachment 1. 3, determines in accordance with sections 36, 40 and 48 of the Local Government Act 1993, the Block 24, DP 753646 be categorised as community land / general community use, and 4, adopted the plan of management for Block 24, DP 753646 to Thunderbolts Bay Bundoora as is. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Councillors, item 13.4, the draft terms of reference in section 355, Thunderbolt Festival Events Committee. We have recommendations on page 36. Somebody prepared to move in while someone in discussion, please. Councillor Burrows, thank you. Councillor Burrows, do you have any questions?
I don't really have questions. I agree with this report in that we we're so short on money, we can't afford to be spending money on things like this, unfortunately. I would love it if we, I don't know, we'll lottery ticket and have the funds to do everything we want to do, but this is not something that I think we can afford to do.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connor.
Mr. Mayor, I have one significant issue, and I, in particular, with item number 5 of the recommendation, in that we discontinue efforts to convene. I think that in all of this, there's been one area that needs to be done, and that's to ascertain from the community if there is any feeling for providing the work that the service club currently does. And if there isn't, then that's fine, that's the end of it. But if there is, then we need to have what structure will be that will make it work. And I think the recommendation that's before us cuts that off. It says we can't do it. We think that's the end of it. Full stop. Now, there is a suggestion that that's Rotary's job because they're currently running it. I think the history of this event started off with council, went to Rotary. Rotary's handed it back to council. Council has said we can't operate it. It's not, we don't have the resources. But what we haven't done in all of this is between Rotary and council, but there's a interested party which I don't think we really have ascertained whether or not there is an attitude, an aptitude, or whatever you like to call it, to actually run this. This is a very significant event. It costs a lot of money. It's run as a totally income or low income and high expenditure, and it's facilitated by subsidies and donations. So we're talking $30,000, $32,000 of expenditure, and most of that comes from, a large proportion of it comes from the council, ASTON, and a few other donations. So therefore, what's said here is that council can't afford to do it. And I don't, having sat in the chair and made the same decision many years ago, I agree with that. But what I don't believe is that we should stop now. One hurdle short of making an informed decision, and that's what I'm after. I would like to see us make an informed decision rather than the natural decision from only the council point of view. So, whoever it is, Rotary or council, we need to work it out.
Councillor Doran.
Thank you. I have an alternate motion I'd like to put forward, please. Alternate recommendation. So, one notes that its February 2026 resolution requires staff to progress an expression of interest process for a Section 355 committee. 2, confirms council has no capacity to take on any additional events or expenditure. 3, and I'm just going to reword this as I say it, advertises for expressions of interest to the 355 Thunderbolts Festival Committee. And 4, notes the initial draft terms of reference.
Can you email that to Mrs. Davidson, please?
We've got that. We already got
Oh, sorry. Okay.
that. However, I have changed 3 to advertises for expressions of interest to the 355 Thunderbolts Festival Committee.
Okay, given that I have moved it for the first one and then move it for your motion, are you happy to move that, Councillor Doran?
Yes, thank you.
I'm going to ask for other questions before I then look for a seconder for either of the, because at the moment we don't actually have a, sorry? Yeah, you moved the main one? Councillor Doran, but we don't, because we don't have a seconder for the motion, we don't actually have a motion to move out. So I've got to work my way through which one I'm going to discuss first.
I think you need to microphone, sorry.
Okay, I'm going to treat Councillor Doran's as an amended motion. That's a significant change. I'm going to look for a seconder for that and we'll discuss that with the basis that if it's unsuccessful, we now back to the first, the motion that Councillor Burrows moved. So we've got a seconder for Councillor Doran's motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would second it if the words section 355 Festival Committee is not included, because I've spoken with the general manager and there is an issue with us doing a 355 committee. And what I want to see is that we ascertain from the community or from an organisation, another service club or whoever, are they prepared, are people prepared to do the hard yards, set it up, and then we may look at a 355 committee, or we may look at someone taking it out externally from council.
So what do you suggest? That's right. What's the one?
Okay, no, sorry, I need all this on the microphone, Councillor Doran. So the issue I have is the discussion previously was with Councillor Doran was that I advertised before we had terms of reference. And the response was, well, that won't satisfy unless we actually set up what the terms of reference are. So we can't tell people what we want them to run if we don't have what it is we want them to run. Hence the wording around the three, why we've got the terms of reference, draft terms of reference here. As I say, it's hard to tell people what they should be doing if we don't actually can't tell them what they're doing. That's my logic. Councillor Burrows.
I would be suggesting that council doesn't own this festival. It did at one stage, but it hasn't for quite a while. So, and I don't think we can afford to just take it on. So if Rotary chooses to ask the community if anyone wants to take it on, I would support that wholeheartedly. I don't think it's a job for council, and it's not a cost for council. I hope that somebody does want to do it. I hope that it gets bigger and better and continues to thrive, but I don't want it to be a cost for council. I don't see that we can have an SRB and do all these things and then going and then taking over a festival that don't spend money on. I don't think it's okay.
Yeah, Councillor Doran.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just trying to keep it simple and not really speak too much to this, but I will. So, I'm just trying to work out with my notes because I've written copious, as I'm sure you can imagine. So, at the risk, anyway, let me just say what I've written down. So Rotary have run the event, so it was a 355 committee until 2016, then Rotary have run the event ever since. The proposal is to move it back to council so that council can be, so for a number of reasons. Firstly, and this actually really came from the event management form that we needed to complete. It became really obvious that council had now become, and it's understandable through different staff and changes and over time, that there was a real disconnect between this major, significant, long-running community event, and council, whose land it's on, who is definitely an interested party, it's really important that there's a good connection between the two because of the size and the significance of the event. So, one of the main reasons and the thinking to bring it back to council is so that council can be better informed about the event, that council can have a connection, that staff can know, and if they're concerned about risk assessments, if they're worried or just thinking about, well, how does this work, how does that work, then there can be that real proper connection between the two groups so that there's a good partnership, trust, knowledge that people just will know and know how to find out the information that they want. Thunderbolts Festival, I envisage, would continue to be run by volunteers under a 3.5. We're talking about the additional cost for council, and honestly, I can't see where that is. It'd be negligible. The idea is to open it up, so no additional resources would be required from Uralla Council aside from using the space for meetings. The event currently is completely run by volunteers. We're not asking council staff to run it. We're wanting to open it up so that it's no longer, people feel that they need to become a Rotarian to be part of Thunderbolts Festival. So bringing it back to council frees that up. People don't need to be a Rotarian, and they actually don't anyway, but it's just a perception, and we've struggled to get additional members through that. So it would open up membership to the community with there no requirement to join Rotary. Continue to be coordinated and run by volunteers. And it should be noted as well that the current Thunderbolts Festival Committee comprises of an ex-general manager of Uralla Shire Council, who's also an accountant and the treasurer of the committee, a councillor in their third elected term of council who's been driving force of Thunderbolts Festival for 20 years and also a Rotarian for 10 years, the president of Uralla Rotary, and other committee members, all of whom are very experienced with governance and admin requirements to run the event. We all have our current working with children checks, we all manage the risks, we understand fully how to run this event safely, appropriately, with proper governance. It's just got such a long history and such a depth of knowledge. Doing this brings that with it. It doesn't eliminate. It's not like trying to hand it over so that, oh, here's an event for council to run. It's not like that. All of this, and that's been outlined in the Rotary letters that we've provided, the information that we've provided has had all of that in it. There's been no indication, and it seems to have just run along this way, that this is where the thinking is. And I don't know how to further explain that now that it's been printed in reports, it's out there in the public domain, and this is now the assumption. And I don't know how to further explain or talk to that, but that is the truth of the situation. We've put it in our letters from Rotary, we've clearly mapped out as well as we can what the situation will be. So obviously it's a burning desire for people to speak, so I'll stop talking, but happy to talk further if anyone's got questions.
I'm totally confused now, Councillor Doran, because I read the first sentence from the Rotary Club of Uralla, following many discussions and after much consideration from our Club and Thunderbolt Festival committee members, we wish to advise that we are no longer able to coordinate and run the Thunderbolt Festival as a rugby event. With the aging membership and lower membership numbers, it makes it difficult to continue. So
we need more members, Mr. Mayor. That's the whole
fine,
point. Is that
you were hoping that we would take it over, and then the same people, you would run it again.
So you need to read on. So then the letter then talks.
Well, I have to.
Well, I'm just saying it does. Like it then, and I haven't got it in front of me to talk to now. It wasn't presented as part of this recommendation, so I don't have it right now. But it talks then about the vision that if it was to then possibly go back, as it was a 355 Committee of Council, then it talks about the vision that the Rotarians exist, who are currently running it, would then come across to help and run it. It's just that the opening statement is correct, that Rotary, where we are right now, is that we have an ageing membership base, and we just have not got, so Bev Stumpfield, who was a long-standing member, is no longer able to be part of the event. We can't pick up additional people through Rotary that we've tried, and it just has not, so we've just got to the point where we're burning out because we need additional help and support, and they would come from community members, not council staff.
My genuine concern is that they would still serve as the same organisation. If you still plan to run it with Councillor Connor and members, so because if I go to that, well, it's no longer able to coordinate and run Thunderbolt Festival.
As a Rotary event.
So, and given that the cost of, say, setting up the transport plans and everything else, that doesn't go away, doesn't matter who runs it. So whether it's council still provides all those staff for that traffic control. Anyway, I'll try. Councillor Phil.
So, thanks for that. Oh, thank you.
So, from my kind of perspective then, is if Rotary are saying that they can't do it, that they're still prepared to do all of this, why can't they approach another organisation and walk them through at least the first year, so another organisation builds capacity to be able to take it on instead of council?
Councillor Arnold.
I suppose for me there's a really simple way of looking at this. The minute that this becomes a 355 committee of council, council is then going to be, whether it's a little bit or a big bit, financially we're implicated. And I agree with what Councillor Phil's saying, that if those people, if there's a ready group of people, which I'm sure there are, then I'm sure there's another structure that could be formed without implicating the council in a 355 committee that would cost us inevitably.
Councillor Blazer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The thing that worries me is the history, the legacy and the value of the event to the community, and the aspects of that I most understand are the involvement of schools and the significance of what the festival represents for their annual fundraising. But I'm sure there are other stakeholders and key members of our community who place a real value on this festival, and I don't have confidence their voices and their values have been in our discussions yet. That's my first concern. My other concern is the presumption that this is going to cost in the absence of any budget, any finances. Council runs events already. I assume it runs them properly and runs them to a budget. I don't know why.
I'm just going to put you up on that budget issue, because at the last meeting, the group manager provided a very detailed costing and was taken to task for it because it didn't believe the numbers. So we go back to work, so we have detailed costing. We know what it costs. We know what the traffic control costs. Staff did an excellent job, and now, as you say, continuing on to look at what other budgets might cost. So I don't accept that part of it, but please proceed.
So I don't understand why this event can't be considered on a cost neutral or cost recovery basis, no different to any other. It has run on that basis. I assume I'm not privy to Rotary's finances, but my understanding is that the sponsorship and other donations and the like cover the cost of this event. So my question would be, again, stepping back from the detail, there's lots of things that are talked about in this chamber from the point of view of how important they are to the community. Whether or not Thunderbolts is of that ilk, that's a live discussion and debate here, but my sense is that it is. What I don't understand is why we're not trying to work out a way to make it work. So if there was a budget,
I don't accept that. The issue about council does pay for all the traffic involved, all the traffic plans, all of that. They don't send a bill to whoever's organising it, the same as they don't send a bill to Australia Day, the same as they don't send a bill for Anzac Day. So those community events, where we close the highway and the traffic management is involved, that's fine. So I guess the golden thing for me is how do we determine community interest without being a 355 committee? And as I say, my first thought was that we just, and whether it goes on our newsletters or whether it goes on our website is minimal at most. But if we put that word out, that, as I say, the point was making that without being able to tell people what you were signing up for, how would people then be able to express their interest? So that's the conflicting point for me. I'm more than happy for us to see people from the community that are interested. As you took from my last vote, I'm more than happy to see, provided it doesn't directly impact on council's finances. So that's where I stand. So if there's a way of doing that without making a 355 committee, I'm not sure. I'll take advice. Councillor Philip.
I love Thunderbolt Festival, but I feel like council haven't been in control of it for 10 years or so. It's not ours to find someone else to run it, unless we are for the very last year. I think Rotary have been in charge of it. They can at least try and find things. Council can support it by putting things in the newsletter or something that's neutral cost to council. But even forming a 355 committee is a cost to council at the end of the day.
Council, I feel as a meeting management process, we're going around in circles. So I'm going to move the alternate recommendation from Councillor Doran. Sorry. Yep, sorry. I'm happy to take direction.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I can't give you direction on this one, but I can say that the structure of this recommendation is still problematic for us as staff to implement. In the first instance, we are saying that council is noting the February resolution requiring us to progress the expression of interest process. That's still sitting on the table with this recommendation. The second recommendation is almost going the other way and saying council doesn't have the capacity or the resources to progress advertising for expressions of interest to the 355, so we're happy with 355, and then noting the initial draft. It's difficult for us to have these conflicting resolutions. We need some direction one way or the other.
Can I just seek clarification from what you said? I just am not really sure what you're saying.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The reality is, and the report has been structured to identify the cost implications, the resourcing implications, the workload implications, and the risk that come with a 355 committee. Once council badges this group of people as a 355 committee, council carries responsibilities that are associated with the 355 committee. And while with the best intentions in the world, we want to have people really committed to running an event, it will come back to council. And that's the issue that officers have been endeavouring to identify in this report and the previous report. If council goes forward with the 355 committee, there are implications and there are costs. And it does mean that we have to look at the resourcing around that and what that might mean for other projects that are currently on the operational plan and currently being planned to progress in this next financial year. So that's the point that I think that council officers were trying to make with this report. And therefore, this resolution indicates that there is no more capacity there for expenditure or events, but at the same time we're going out with a 355 proposal. That's the difficulty for council officers.
Well, I'm happy to remove two, if that's easier. if that clears things up, like I was just being, sorry, I was just trying to blend the previous recommendation, so to acknowledge that component. But if it's easier to take out two, that's totally fine and good.
Then, Mr Mayor, may I just
Okay. Number two, please.
I have a question for you to the General Manager in relation to item number 3, which is my stumbling block. Is there anything council can do to ascertain from the community if there, and community organisation, is there another organisation or group of people who are prepared to take that?
Okay, so we're doing the same circle of work again, Councillor McMahon. You can't ask them until you've got something to tell them what you're asking for at this point. So I'm going to go to Councillor Martin, please help me.
It occurs to me that we've run through a brick wall on 355. Okay, council cannot continue to operate under what festival process to a 355. Okay, but there's a clear understanding within the council representatives that we need to actually, as a responsible leadership organisation, put it back to the community to say, whilst council can't operate a 355 committee, and council cannot continue to take on the burden of an unlocked festival, we can, as a leadership organisation, call for expression of interest for an organisation to actually take up that role. Okay, but it occurs to me that the recommendation in front of us may need an additional line, or may have additional conversation about how we, as a leadership organisation, refer that back to the community. So there's a structure here, event that's 20 years in the making. There's capacity here. Other people in the community, as an organisation of the community, is prepared to take up that role and responsibility. Whilst council can't take up the role and responsibility under the 355 process, which is clearly the recommendation here, we've got to address somehow the need to address that community function and functionality of that ongoing event. And so, whilst we can't do it on the 355, or I don't think we can do it on the 355, we do have a responsibility to actually put out the community to say, there's a structure here, there's an event here, has the community got an appetite for actually taking that on?
Councillor Doran, is that of any interest here?
I think we'll just hear from others. Thanks.
Councillor Blackstone?
I was just going to remark Councillor Mather's perspective there, but that's more akin to asking council as a key stakeholder, sponsor, or former owner and coordinator of the event, whether it could add its weight to putting a call out. That could be clearly done in collaboration with Rotary, putting a call out as far and wide as possible, explaining the situation and looking for an organisation and or a posse of people that might actually turn the tide on the situation. But I hear you loud and clear, you're saying with very clear messaging from council that council's not putting itself forward as the organisational owner. So just to make that distinction, that's more just a request to collaborate on promotion and communication.
Councillor Morris?
I think that's a much better way forward, but I think that we also, I agree, this is an important event, we love it, but we have not owned it for 10 years. So I think we're almost doing this on behalf of Rotary, with council backing to find someone to continue it. But it's got to be on behalf of Rotary, because it's not our event and we know we want it to be. We can't afford for it to be our event. Not that we don't want it, we just can't do it.
I'm still at a loss what the costs are, honestly. Run by volunteers.
No,
We've got a meeting room.
I'm not going down
Like,
that
honestly,
road, please.
what and I know that it was put forward as a significant amount. I tried to explain at the time that there was an event management form, which was a council document, which was required to be
Please,
completed,
Councillor
and
Dyer,
that
can we deal with what's in front of us?
took a
please?
length of
No,
time.
I'm not going down that, we had, a
However,
month ago we argued about this,
the traffic,
please.
the in-kind support is the same as for other events.
Please, Councillor Dyer,
So I
stop
still
now.
am at a loss what the real cost
You were
is.
provided with the full detail, please, so, Councillor Burrows,
And
if you
I'm
and
very
Councillor
happy to provide, the Rotary have always been happy to provide the whole budget, and it's a cost neutral event, it costs nothing.
cost nothing.
We raise the money
Please.
and spend the money. So
Please, stop.
I just think there's a whole picture happening that is
Councillor
untrue.
Burrows and Councillor Marlow, can you work up a recommendation, please, and I'll look through it. Yeah. If somebody wants to move a 5-minute tea or coffee or toilet break, I'll look forward to the second and getting on. Move, Councillor Burrows, second, Councillor Marlow, all those in favour? Councillor O'Connor, Councillor Blakes, are you happy with the 5-minute break?
There's
Thank you.
two, actually, if everybody wants.
Councillor Mailer, recommence the meeting. Councillors, we have the motion, recommended motion. We can give it up for everybody to read.
Have we moved us back in now? The break?
We have. Councillor Barres, Councillor Mailer.
All in favour? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so here's,
So we need to go back to that recommendation.
so what we have now is two items. We have the motion moved by Councillor Burrows and Councillor Mailer, and a foreshadowed motion moved by Councillor Doran. Did you have done that second at this stage? So I'm going to ask Councillor Burrows to speak to the motion, and then I'm going to invite Councillor Doran wishes to speak against the motion, and then I'm going to put the motion. Councillor Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. I would love Bumble to continue. I understand the Rotary can't work, and I understand the council can't work. So I hope that exactly as this resolution now says, that in conjunction with Uralla Rotary, we can put this out on the Happy State page and try and find people or an organisation or any kind of structure who can take it on.
Councillor Doran, you wish to speak against the motion?
I don't think I've got any words.
All right. I have moved by Councillor.
What about the alternate motion if we got it?
No, it's now
Second.
foreshadowed motion, so if this falls over, then you'll need a second for the foreshadowed motion. Council, I'm going to put the motion as on the board. Moved by Councillor Burrows, seconded by Councillor Mailer. All those in favour? Councillors, the motion is passed. I'll record all those against. Councillor Doran, Councillor
So 4 to
O'Connor.
4, and
No,
you're voting for it, are you?
4-3. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 3.
And what about you?
Well, I'm not going to separate that.
You could.
So as I said before, I support this way forward. I just think this is a pragmatic way to go. So yes, I'm voting for it. Thank you, councillors.
Are you going to read the motion?
Yeah, sorry, thank you. The council notes that its February 2026 resolution requires staff to progress an expression of interest process for a section 355 committee, whilst also noting council's resolved position regarding capacity for additional events. Expenditure 2 acknowledges that an expression of interest can be undertaken, however, the establishment and ongoing operation of the section 355 committee will require ongoing governance administration and wide support by council. 3 receives this report as satisfying the requirements to progress the expression of interest component of the February 2026 resolution, and further advice on the implications and further implementation. 4 notes the draft terms of reference attached to this report as indicative of the governance arrangement and support requirements associated with an operational 355, section 355 committee. 5, this continues efforts to convene a 355 committee to manage the Commonwealth Festival having regard to the resource requirements detailed in this report, and council resolution confirming that council has no capacity to take any further offensive expenditure. 6, in conjunction with the Rotary Uralla, engage the committee by the Hazard Safe platform to gauge if there is an appetite for individuals or other organisations or structures to progress this event. 7, the report come back to council on the outcome of the Happy Safe event. Thank you very much, councillors. Council's item 13.5, the complaint management report for the half yearly update 2025-26. The recommendation council received relates to the council's complaint management half year report 2025-26. So is somebody prepared to move that? Councillor Cook. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Doran.
believe this isn't already happening, that there isn't already a CRM that's already a reporting mechanism that captures all the information and complaints.
General Manager, you want to comment on that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I note that we do have CRMs, the customer requests, which are lodged by customers and responded to by officers. What we lack at the moment is a robust reporting tool using that data to be able to, I suppose, press the button, report on the outcome of our CRMs. We are working on that, and we're working with an external party to develop that tool, and we hope that to be implemented, I would suggest, within this calendar year. In the meantime, these reports are being done manually, and so yes, it does involve a considerable amount of work, but be assured that the organisation has a strong commitment to customer service. What we found is that officers often will respond to a matter, but not necessarily close off the item in the CRM system. So we're working on improving the discipline around that and looking at other tools to help in that process. So essentially that's why we produce this report manually. Mr. Mayor, I would invite the Group Manager of Corporate Services to talk further to that particular issue.
Just hold up for a second. Councillor, is there any other questions from this report? Councillor O'Connor?
Mr. Mayor, more of a procedural question. With the questions on page 46, the percentages, were they, if a complaint had 3 elements, was that 1 complaint or 2 or 3? The reason I ask is on page 49, it says, the number, it says water quality, and it talks about the claim that their water bill was excessive, and then that there was water quality. So, you know, my question is, was that one complaint or 2 complaints?
The director's having to talk to
That particular complaint was all about water charging. The charge, the bill was the bill. There was no discussion on that. It was a request for a discount on that bill. So the complaint was we shouldn't charge that much. We should give a discount in that case.
And the quality of the water was just thrown in.
That was the reason for why there should be a discount.
Okay.
Or the claim reason.
Councillor Macy, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. Firstly, just to say, I think this information is extremely valuable, and I wonder about the potential to communicate this back publicly. It obviously is on the public record in our papers, but I think again that gap of what the community and ratepayers, residents understand about the activities of council, unless we publicly communicate that, it's just stuff up. And it's really valuable to see the makeup and profile of the kinds of complaints that staff need to work through. So that's just an overall remark. A couple of questions. On page 50, there's reference to, I'll just get the wording right, about water interruptions and communicating that to commercial premises. So my question on that one is, what is the communication system and database that we've got to be able to instantly get a message to affected parties? That's my first question.
Okay, let's do one at a time, please. Director, can you
We essentially, if there's a water main break, we go around knocking on doors in the affected area. So everybody gets a person knock on the door. The particular issue that was complaint was one of the key businesses in the main street, and it was an unplanned outage. And before we could get to the door, sorry, Mr Mayor, I should follow that. We are looking at better mechanisms to contact key customers like that do work outside of 9 to 5.
Great, thank you. And then my other question is, I'm surprised to not see the complaints that come up each meeting at Bundarra in here. So the squatters, we talk about squatters here, but not the squatters that we spent so long. Maybe it's out of the time frame, but Bundarra, the sewer odour issues, there's a persistent issue on every agenda, and then the waste transfer station. So my question is, are all of those Bundarra complaints in here as well as anywhere else across the Shire?
Through you, Mr Mayor. The answer is in the main no, and to get into the CRM, the classic version is you come to the counter and make one. And I've been, you might have noticed, I've raised a few of them over committee meetings, that if you haven't picked up the phone, don't assume we know. So there could be some more effort on that side. I do bring back issues that are raised in the committee, but they all tend to go out as work orders, so which aren't in CRM. So.
Yeah, I'll just make crystal clear to the community because I think that's their expectation. I understand why council has a process around that, but I think we need to be proactive and explicit about that. And then the costs that are being accrued in terms of council working on that derelict townhouse, is it possible just to get an indication of quantum that's on page 50 as well? That's my last question, Mr Mayor.
Yes, thank you for that question. We do have an update on that particular property, and we'll be bringing a report to you probably next month, I believe. Group Manager Community has been looking into that matter. The current situation is that we can apply all charges related to council costs in maintaining that property to the property as a charge on that property to be recovered from future action or recovery. But there will be a report on that to the next meeting, and that will cover that in more detail.
So my clear general manager, there's no work they've done yet?
There has previously been work done on that property, but it has, given the lack of maintenance by the owner, that work needs to be revisited, and the director was pursuing arrangements for that work to come out. We've had that advice today, so we will need to continue to do that, and we will need to be more proactive about that in the interim.
Any other questions, councillors? The secretary, please. Councillor Marler. The council received and notes the council's complaints management half-yearly report 2025-26. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Councillors, item 13.6, the draft operational payment budget 2026-27. The recommendation on page 55 is the draft operational plan 2026-27, including the draft budget, draft budget and revenue policy, and the draft fees and charges to be placed on public exhibition for a period of 28 days. Following public exhibition, a further report is provided to council which addresses any submissions received from the public and any operational considerations that might arise from the report. Can somebody move that, please? Councillor O'Connor.
Mr Mayor,
Oh, sorry.
Getting a move of the words as amended by this meeting.
Yeah, okay, so, councillor, the bit I didn't read is at the end of the 28 days, noting minor amendments to draft budget documents to address mapping inconsistencies with the published 2024-25 financial statements. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor O'Connor, you're happy to move that?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Mr Mayor, there are copies to be distributed. Through Mr Mayor, just in respect of that amendment, the CFO has copies to be distributed. You pass those around. Mr. If you leave that, we'll pass them on. Thank you. Thank you. So just noting, Mr. Mayor, this document that the CFO is handing around will be an amendment to the papers to show new figures based on a minor inconsistency identified in the mapping from the 2024-25 financial statements, corrected in the papers. It has no impact on the recommendations and no material impact on the numbers, and the CFO will be able to clarify that further. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You would like to say, I would just point out the differences, please, gentlemen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Over to you, please, Mr. CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Basically, I received the notification from Councillor O'Connor. He identified some differences in the first column, 24-25, which has already been audited. The reason for the difference was in the audited financial statements, the reporting lines are less. In our reporting format, we have a couple of lines more. That is one of the reasons mapping goes to different areas. And in the bottom, we present the capital expense, but in the financial statements, the audited financial statements, capital expense is not reported or presented in that way. So there are some mapping issues. I have fixed those mapping. Now it's corrected. And this will not impact current year's budget and 25-26 budget or the budget we are proposing for 26-27. This is just historical correction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions, please?
Question? Yes.
Councillor O'Connor, over to you.
Sorry. I have a question. Now, this is only the budget we're talking about at the moment, not fees and charges.
We're talking about the whole lot.
Okay, right. On my first one
The
then.
draft budget, draft statement of revenue policy, draft fees and charges.
Okay. Then I go to page 208 and identified amongst the miscellaneous fees, incorrect account payment relocation fee of $35. This is for last year and $36.50. I did not look at that. I did not see any hassle with this last year when it was passed. However, since that time, I had representation from the person who paid their water bill, they paid their rate instalment and lodged it in the account for water. When they came to fix it up, they got a notice to say they were behind in with their rates. Came in with their receipt only to find out that it had gone into water and not into the it was immediately fixed and a charge of $35 was charged. Representation to me was that for that change, $35 was a fair amount. It's a $35 regardless how long it takes to fix the amount. So I would like to suggest that we have two incorrect account payment relocation fee, small relocation fee, or short and long, and have two fees. That's my suggestion.
You know you're not going to get away with it with me basically, if council makes a mistake, it's 0. This is what we recommend if it's not council mistake, it's a matter. So how do you determine small and big? That's the problem I have.
The only reason I say this is because I pay money into the wrong account. It's simple. You can look it up and you pay it in. And I don't think it, well,
Well, maybe the best way is if you put together a submission from what that person writes in.
Yeah.
You can consider it on the 28 days. That might be the easiest way. Because there'll be a number of other small debating topics around sort of tonight, please.
Okay. Anyway, that was my representation. I will put the submission in the regard. In relation to the draft operational plan, I was looking at our operation actions in a lot of cases. I know this is coming down from our strategic plan of, for instance, page 115. We talk about community care, and we got operate community services in a financially sustainable manner. We're talking about community care being a very large chunk of our organisation, and it's got one simple line, whereas the other ones provide space in a dedicated program for First Nation elders, which is us giving them a donation and having a room of the thing. I'm just saying that there is a number of them that came to mind as I read through, where I think Councillor Blaze has brought it up quite a lot about we don't sell ourselves in the big things we do, and we've chosen amongst them all. For instance, when Moore Gardens aged care facility does not mention expansion, and yet tonight we spoke about 700,000 and upwards of 2 million. So
again, I'm just going, given that we had the full workshop on this matter, if you got specific claims, because the one that you spoke about where we changed the word, we did at the workshop, because we said we can't have wording that says, oh, well, we should be able to cover most of our costs, because that doesn't work. So that's why that one was changed. So the issue about, because the same problem that we had with the upgrade of the moors, until tonight we didn't have a recommendation. We didn't have a way forward. So I guess some of that's timing, some of that came out of the workshop. So I guess probably best if we can set out those areas of concern and then start and then respond to them, which is after the operation. So, and now I'll just ask Mr. Williams just to comment on a couple of those things.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Tom. So the only observation I made was in reference to the Moore Gardens, and I take your point about the expansion plans. That has been included in the actions in the operational plan. We've implemented council's endorsed strategy around Moore Gardens, so we've rolled it up. But if the feedback, is, we're rolling up too high or too low, so that we are selling. No, selling is the wrong word. So that we're clearly communicating to our community everything that we do, then yes, we will continue to try and refine that as we go along.
My final point, and I'm going to get on my hot horse about depreciation.
Then I'm going to keep it really short.
Keep it short? Oh, I couldn't possibly keep it short. When you look at page 144, it's got a financial summary by each fund for the budget year 26-27. And the operating result before capital grants has negatives across the line except for McLaws, with the total being a $672,000 loss for 26-27. The interesting part about that is that it's all in the depreciation. Because the depreciation on our unsealed roads is $784,000 last year in 2025. And we're now budgeting at 672, which is below that. And yet, most of the work expenditure on unsealed roads is maintenance, and it comes out of our above the line. And that improves the quality of the item, so that we get to the ridiculous position where the reserve created by unsealed roads is 149.7% of the carrying capacity of unsealed roads. So,
Okay, so councillor, I appreciate the hobby horse.
Okay.
I really did want to go home to bed.
I'm just saying
So
that
I
we,
appreciate the advice,
Yep.
but please,
my
we don't
comment,
disagree with it.
my comment is that we should not be afraid of a couple of red lines if they're related to depreciation, and we should be making that point, because otherwise we're going for SRV to make ourselves sustainable, and we need to know that if we've got a deficit, and it's all because of unsealed road depreciation, which is nonsense, then we should know that and note it. Thank you.
I think that councillor Blackson makes the point, and has made it on a number of occasions, it's about our cash. It's our unrestricted cash that's running for us. Councillors, any other questions, please? Councillor Blackson?
Mr Mayor, I'm not sure how to deal with this given the four items, and there's a lot in all of them. So there's similar remarks to Councillor O'Connor. There's a couple of areas where I think the performance measures could be improved. There's a few things that are probably just typos, but I think significant enough. So, as an example, the name of the Bundarra 355 committee was the old name, not the current one. The references to tourism read like it's all about Uralla Town, not about Shire. So there's things like that. So you want to go home? I want to have a voice.
Don't pull that stuff with me, councillor Blackson. What I'm saying is, if there's a better way to provide that information to staff so they can make the turn, I'm not about cutting off anybody's voice. So please go for your lives.
Yeah, but this is such an ineffective way to do this. Do you want me to go through 20 things?
I want you to send out an email to all of us, including Mr. Williams. And if you don't feel that you're getting satisfactory responses, you can raise it with them.
I will do that. So,
which is the same thing that I said before when we had the workshop, that those information from there went on to Mr. Williams and has made a significant number of changes based on our advice. So let's not claim that you don't have a voice, please.
Yeah, no, I was just referring to your quick moment ago. So one question I do want to ask, in the budget that's broken down by functional area, I think that's the right term, so attachment page 153, the area for ICT, which is a net minus 1.6 million for that functional area, that surprises me in its quantum. And so I wondered if there could be some explanation of that. And then the second similar is with regard to weeds, and that being a negative 174,000. I know there's a shortfall, but my understanding is we get external funding to provide that, and I'm surprised at the quantum of that shortfall. And given our earlier discussions around how cash poor we are, the pressures with the SRV, then I think any of these areas are likely to get scrutinised.
Manager, we can discuss the second one in a minute if you want to go through the first one first.
Yes, thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll ask the CFO to comment on this. It was really trying to identify the total cost of these services, and noting that we obviously do have overheads which contribute to the cost of these services. we nevertheless wanted to show that picture. You might recall that in last year's operational plan, there was some discussion about the fact that we ended up putting on the page was a net result. Oh, sorry. And we wanted to be more transparent in that, to identify what the cost drivers were. With this information, we've tried to do that, and it's not as sophisticated as perhaps it could be, but I think that at least gives you a better picture. But I will ask the CFO to clarify that. So in terms of information technology, we're looking at a salaries cost. We've obviously got an operational cost, and while we share that cost across the organisation, this is the overall result. I'll ask the CFO if he could provide more clarity around how that figure was calculated. Are you able to do that, please, Mr. CFO?
Thank you. Let me take this one on notice for the IGO, and I respond to the weeds one. I can respond to you right now. Noxious weed, we have revenue 109,000. This is government grant, and there are salaries 200,000 plus operational cost. That means the ingredients and other costs 83,000. So this operation basically has a negative of $174,000 deficit. As in our last year's budget, we estimated that we get around $150,000 from grant money, but that amount has reduced significantly, and now it's $109,000 for 3 years. And for my data one, I'll take a notice and I'll respond to you. Thank you.
Yeah, just so we're clear on the words, Councillor Blakesworth, while we get that government grant under WAC or WAD or whatever they call it, it's always been a cost to us. It's just the cash that we sent to the New England Weeds Authority. So there's always a cost to the community, which is part of the making up of our base rate. But so we never made a profit out of it. But as I say, that part was the issue last year was because we didn't have any payment for it, we were running much more than I think we put away $220,000 to try and cover the cost, and we were struggling to maintain it to that figure. The weeds has always cost us. I'm pleased that the CFO will take the IT issue on the board, so that is a very large amount.
And Mr. Mayor, just one last, if I may, in the fees and charges, the Bundara new lost key, now that we're getting keys at the caravan camping ground, but I'm very concerned about the $750 lost fee charge, because I think that could people just drive on. And yeah, that, I've stayed in a lot of places, I've never been hit up for anything like that.
Thank you. We can take that on board. Councillors, any other questions, please? Thank you. Councillors, I have moved Councillor O'Connor, the seconder, please. Councillor Naylor. The draft operational plan 2026-27, including the draft budget, draft statement of revenue policy, and draft fees and charges to be placed on public exhibition for a period of 28 days, noting minor amendments to the draft budget documents to address mapping inconsistencies with the published 2024-25 financial requirements, statements, and following public exhibition, a further report is provided to Council which addresses any submissions received from the public and any operational considerations that may arise as a result. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Council's item 12, 13.7 loans until 31st of March 2026. If Council notes the total loan position as the 31st of March 2026 is $1,056,643. Somebody prepared to move that? Councillor O'Connor. The seconder, please. Councillor Blakester. Are there any questions before I put the motion? All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Council's investments as of the 31st of March 2026. Recommendation of council notes the cash position of the 31st of March 2026 consisting of cash and overnight funds of $3,567,924, term deposits of $21 million, total cash and term deposits amount of $24,567,924 as of the 31st of March 2026. 2. Restrictions are reconciled on a quarterly basis as of the 31st of March 2026. Total cash and investments was $24,567,924, comprising $19,008,509, and external restrictions of $4,514,070. Internal restrictions were an unrestricted balance of $1,045,345. This compares to an unrestricted cash balance of $1,112,649 as of the 31st of December 2025. Can we do that, please? Councillor Burrows. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Blakester.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just whether we could get any update on the reconstruction authority and status of the snowstorm expenditure replan.
Unless the director's come up with maybe two things that occurred. The reconstruction authority have asked to meet us next week, is it week after? You don't tell me you've got money, I don't know, I'll stop talking.
No, Mr. Mayor, but there's been some.
Just a second, I'll go to the director, sorry, Councillor Blakester.
Or the great lawyer, if he gets his emails, I can be provided. Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. No money in from the last time we spoke. No change there. But we've claimed, current status, we've claimed 1.18 million in emergency works. We've got another 690,000 by our estimate still to claim. We've got 110,000 in immediate repair works, and we've got 250,000 in in other works. So we received 22 additional requests from the department for further information, by which I mean evidence. We've been collecting that additional evidence, and we've responded as of today to 9 of those 22 additional requests, and we'll keep working on that. We have started the $110,000 claim, which is a far larger body of work that requires planning and designs and sign-ups and things like that. So that's the status. So that's a total of 2.1 something million, which is now outstanding with nothing to do.
As late as last week, I passed on some confidential information to our local member and told them that what they were doing to us. And we have a visit from Reconstruction Authority on the 13th of May, which we will speak to them in person. At this stage, while the staff have been doing all the things they can nicely, it's sort of going past that point, so watch this space to see if we can't get some traction. But it's a huge impulse on our cash flow in the future.
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask one further question then? The draft budget which we've just adopted to put out for public exhibition, could I ask what the assumption is in that draft budget in terms of recoupment? Because my rough maths from memory is if I took 2 million out, we'd have no money left if the snowstorm reimbursement didn't come through. So it'd just be good to have some assurance of how skinny that unrestricted is going to be in the forthcoming financial year.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. You'll note the forecast surplus in the budget, which is 2.4. Contributing to that is an assumption of the SRF and an assumption of receiving $1.6 million from the Construction Authority in reimbursements in that financial year. So we hope that by the end of that financial year, those funds will have been recouped. We certainly are expecting them this financial year.
Sorry about that. Thank you, sir. So I have moved by Councillor Barnes, I don't know if it's covering the soup. Moved by Councillor Barnes, can I have a second, please? All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Council, item 13.9, the closure of council public roads, block 221 DP 755814 for AC Milling and Solar. The recommendation is that council commences the road closure process under the Roads Act 1993 for the public roads, for the council public roads within block 20. Block 221 DP 755814. Sorry about this, councillors. Can you do the rest of that, please?
Can I just take a break? I would like another team.
Just let me, because after this one we go over the club session. Yeah, you want to break off? I'll do it. Right. Sorry about this, councillors. One commences the part of road closure process under the Roads Act 1993 for council public road within block 221 DP 755814. Two, delegates authority to general managers to undertake all necessary actions to progress the road closure process, including public notification, consultation, and submissions of plans. Three, receives a further report following completion of the public notification process. And four, that A, the road is not formally closed until publication of the New South Wales Gazette, and B, all costs of the proposed road closure process under the Royal Body applicant. Somebody prepared to move that, please? Councillor O'Connor, are there any questions? Oh, sorry, yeah, just. I'll just get the group manager. There's a slightly amended recommendation up on the board. Sorry, group manager, if you can talk to that, please.
Thanks, Mayor. The resolution one is the one that's slightly adjusted just to clarify that the intent is to close the road at this stage. The previous recommendation wasn't explicit about that, so it was really that the road is intended to be closed at the conclusion of this process and sold to the adjoining landowner. So it was just clarifying that. It's not intended to be a public reserve or something like that. It's intended to be closed.
Okay, so I'll just read item one again. Commences the road closure process under the Roads Act 1993 New South Wales for the council public road within block 221 DP 755814 with the intention that upon closure investment in council land is sold to the adjoining landowner / owner. So I have moved, Councillor O'Connor, you still happy to move that, Councillor O'Connor? Second, please. Councillor Blake, so all those in favour?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, you've got a question, yes?
I'll move very quickly. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Two questions, please. On page 64, there's reference to a strategic needs assessment that will be undertaken by council as part of the statutory process. And my question is simply, how come that's not done in advance of the next step that's before us now? It seems odd that we would put it out publicly without having done that assessment from our own viewpoint. That's my first question. I've got one more.
Can I ask the Rep Manager to respond to that, please?
Very good, Mr. Mayor. I don't think that's probably been thought through that clearly, but I guess it may not have come onto the council's radar to close this road or someone to buy the road, so therefore it triggers a check. I guess why is it done after this process? I'm not really sure. But I guess all we're doing is resolving to start the process, not approving anything at this stage. So I guess we're starting the process and that's part of the process. So I guess that's why the initial thing is just that council resolution. I guess it's worthwhile just reminding everyone after my excellent presentation, I'm sure it's all fresh memories. But this resolution is just to start the process, nothing more.
And your second question, Councillor Blake?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just give me a moment to cue that up. Yes, so with the attachments, page 230 specifically, which is a copy of the, for want of a simple description, the ASIN application, when we were talking about this in the workshop, I had the understanding that ASIN had gotten planning approval from the state government rather than us, but my reading of that document is that that planning submission came to council, so council's approved the construction of the solar farm on top of this road. So I just want to clarify, is my understanding correct? And then if so, then what do we put in place so that we don't end up with a structure built on top of a council road in the future?
I'll just ask the Rep Manager, you happy to respond to that?
Happy to respond. Mr. Mayor. I can't really talk about any decisions that were made previously. I don't think any of the staff members were here when that decision was made by council. It's our understanding that none of the major projects that we're seeing with renewable energy zones are going to the council for approval. They will be going to the state planning body. And that could be further clarified by the planning team that are in the room here. But I guess what we do to make sure this doesn't happen again, I would think that perhaps with the staff shortages and things that were going on with the council, we also had a full body of people. I'm sure things that was missed or not thought about, not realised. So I guess we have a process and we're going to have to be reviewing that in the future. As we're aware of it, it's also going to be a little bit more front of mind. But is there something that we might miss in the conditions of consent? Possibly. I can't say that we're going to be totally across it. We are short staffed, but we are also relying on the state government to manage those conditions of consent, not dissent. Consent, and we know that they're short staffed as well. So it's a particular concern that will raise with Energy Code. So they are going to have to boost their numbers of staff to make sure that all the projects they're approving are actually compliant with the conditions as well. Not that gives you any comfort because of what it does, but in terms of this specific project, I can't tell you what happened.
Just to say that what it looks like is literally an application to this council for a work and a structure on a public road, which is what we're talking about. So I hear everyone here, but it looks like exactly it was this organisation.
You need to go back to the workshop that we provided with the step by step. So this is agreeing with the start of the process. There's obviously some ways forward out of that. So we just need to go right through all that information. Sorry.
Just to be fair, so the Section 138 application process is the process under the Roads Act to conduct any work on or above a road, but that shouldn't be permanent fixtures or structures. So if you want to go there and mow the road or something like that, yes, you can do that, but it shouldn't be we're going to build a permanent structure on your road. That would be that leads into the issue that we're doing right now. We're closing the road and turning it private property, therefore they can build on it. So for example, if recently ASIN have been managing the repair of Big Ridge Road, and doing more line marking, etc., they have to submit a section where 38 to do those works. So that's not really the right mechanism to do a structure. So it's probably the wrong process. But it's probably, for lack of a better process, and that's what they've used. So, yeah, is that the attachment or previous works?
Yeah, no, that's the.
Yeah, it's an old form or something too. So I'd say ACE are probably digging out some old forms that they did for stage one. They weren't compliant.
Yeah, this was 2021.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Allen, you had a question?
More just a comment, I am really pleased that we had the information session that we had, we got the information that we got, and as clearly as we gave it. So thank you for that and to everyone that was involved, that really helped. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Blakesley, councillors, one of the issues that came out of this was obviously a note on the bottom of the next applicant that comes to us saying, please ensure all the roads that are in your development are all not, the crown or public roads if they're closed before you start the development, just to cover that as the last clause. Thank you for that. So I have to need a second, please, councillors. Councillor Burrows. Move Councillor O'Connor, second Councillor Burrows. All those in favour?
So you're going to read the whole, because it's quite significantly changed, really.
Yeah, I read that item one.
There's extra points in 3 as well, isn't there?
Yeah, but I read everything at the start. I'm happy to reread it. So
Well, I just want to make sure that our community are aware of the situation, that's all. I just
Okay.
didn't think that. I'm sorry, and I know you've got to do the things.
Item one commences with the road closure process under the Roads Act 1993 for the Council Public Road within block 221B37558814 with the intention that upon closure and investing in council land is sold to the adjoining landowner, the proponent. 2, delegates authority to the general manager to undertake all necessary actions to progress the road closure process, including public notification, consultation and submission to Crown Lands. 3, receives a further report following completion of the public notification process to A, considering submissions received, B, determine whether to proceed with road closure, C, consider the classification of disposable land, including sale of the proponent to the proponent at a value not less than the independent market valuation. And 4, notes that A, the road is not formally closed until publication in the New South Wales Government Gazette. B, any subsequent sale of the land is subject to the road being formally closed, investing in the council, and C, all costs associated with this proposed road closure process, including valuation and survey and legal costs, are borne by the applicant. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, item 13.10 is the 3 sites of specific Crown land plans of management and recommendation that while council releases the previous report for the table of grant staff further time to review and revise the draft map plans of management for the 3 site specific Crown land reserves, and 3, receive the future report on revised plans of management for the building council. Remember the last meeting there were a number of changes that were requested, so I'd like to have somebody move that, please. Councillor Cook, second, please.
Can I just make a comment on that, please?
Yes.
My comment is just that in the report, it doesn't actually identify what the 3 plans of management are. And I know that we know, because we were in the last meeting, but for anyone that just picks this up, they wouldn't know. So I just thought I would make the comment, it would be good if it actually said what those 3 plans of management were.
Okay, if we can go back to the minutes and I'll get the.
Just for future.
Might mean the actions, I can't remember.
No, that's, yeah, see, it probably doesn't, like, you probably don't need to do it now, but like, I just think that for clarity, it just.
We'll
Okay, so I have no councillor.
Just one question, Mr Mayor, if I may. I just want to check, so this change makes a lot of sense. a lot of sense to me. My question is, and so particularly on page 68, where we talk about amend the plans to acknowledge council role as a land manager, not landowner. My question is, how does this proposed approach compare to what other councils are doing with similar Crown land that they're manager? I just wanted to check how consistent or divergent is Uralla Shire looking to be in this respect.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thanks, Councillor. We've started, there's one, the manager-owner difference is the owner as a funding obligation. The manager not necessarily business needs. There is a potential stream of revenue that comes from Crown land revenue. That's got to be shared amongst Crown land across the state. So there's a potential bucket from which you can draw. I think the plans need to highlight that fact, particularly in our financial situation. In terms of how consistent are we, I've been doing research. All plans of management that are adopted are on the Crown Lands website. I've been trawling through those. I've been throwing them through AI and a whole range of things, trying to get common threads. There is a huge disparity right across the state. There are some really what I would call good models, but I haven't found a good model that would cover the types of things we're generally talking about. But there are some lessons in other good models that we could and should adopt. That's going to take some time, hence the report. So I thank councillors, all councillors, for their input on that last report in March. And I thank you for showing some discretion tonight, if that's the way you vote.
You have the second, Councillor Basin?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, councillors, put the motion that council releases the previous report from the table to grant staff further time to review and revise the draft plans of management for the 3 site-specific Crown land reserves, and we'll list those 3 reserves, and 3 reserves receives a further report on the revised plans of management from the reserve. Move council for second. Councillor Basin, all those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Item 1311, major projects and capital works infrastructure development. The recommendation that note that 1 notes the infrastructure works update is the March 2026, and 2 notes that the number of projects remain high risk following recent procurement outcomes, including specific disparities between market pricing and available funding and constrained delivery time frames with mitigating strategies actively being activated. So I hope somebody move that, and we can ask the group manager to update us, please. Councillor Burrows, can we have the group manager just update us, please?
Yes, thank you.
Just not really a general update, Mr. Mayor, on some of these projects. What I will give is a brief update on probably our current route, monitoring maybe. It's Bridge Street renewal, so if you're not aware, actually, we had a crack water main on the corner of Bridge Street and Merrick Street on Thursday, going into Thursday evening. Which they managed to repair, and then the intent was that Transport New South Wales would then put a temporary seal on it and then fix it when they do Bridge Street asphalt works here. They do a little section up there as well. But they weren't happy with the compaction of that section, so they redug it out, and in doing so, released the pressure on that pipe, and the ground pressure being impacted around it, and it's split again. The further issue is that we actually couldn't isolate the water in that zone, so we're doing everything under pressure, which corrects hazard itself, obvious water loss. Just this afternoon, our water manager, along with the assistance of some Tamworth articulation water team staff, were able to isolate that water, or isolate that section of pipe. So tomorrow we're looking at installing new valves, which will be able to actually isolate it properly, and then fix it on Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, take that whole piece out on the highway and replace it properly. So that's good news. One bad valve that wasn't fixed when it should have been has resulted in probably 4 or 5 days of heartache for a lot of people working on the weekend as well, on a long weekend. So, and on top of that, also the it's also a huge issue with turtles water on over the weekend and things like that, we recognise that, so huge advantage for them. The two other projects that we'll talk to are highlighted in this report as the major or high risk projects. They haven't really changed since last week, we talked about them as well. The first one is the Uralla Catchment project. I went out to the market and received pricing for these works of totaling $3.4 million. The grant budget was $350,000, so a bit of an issue there, obviously. We had one contractor coming from Gundarra, and the other was a local contractor. They were both similar prices, so I've been working directly with that contractor and trying to revise the scope and see what we can get for $350,000. What's the best bang for buck? But what it does show, that the entire civil infrastructure network from the golf course down to Duke Street is horribly undersized, which is why when we do have big rain events, we do experience a large amount of water flowing through that area in the middle of that. It comes off that golf course, comes off those playing fields, and then some of the upgrades that were designed were taking out one 450 pipe and replacing with two 900s. So it's effectively 8 times undersized. So with that in mind, we have to work with the contractors that we've got and try and get what we can in time. I've emailed this contractor multiple times, I've called him multiple times. Yeah, I've got the price, yeah. Nothing back. It's an incredibly difficult, frustrating process. The major issue with this is that funding is supposed to have been spent by mid-year, so end of the financial year. As we did last year, we're in May this week. I've got 2 months to procure that, finalise it, get work done, which is becoming impossible. So now I'm speaking to the funding body to see if they will extend it. But one of the issues is that this is the end of a 5-year grant. So it doesn't look very good when we're asking for extension at the end of the 5th year. So there is a risk that we'll have to give the money back there, but as you see with other grants, they don't really want the money back. So perhaps they will extend it, but it doesn't actually solve my problem of trying to get a contractor to do the work. The other issue with the other project is King Street and Macon Street roundabout. Still a problem. We've been successful in being able to reallocate funding from other projects into King Street, Macon Street, but finding contractors is just impossible. So we've got a detailed design there, we can get going, but contractors aren't picking up the phone or just don't have a price it or not really price it. So that's what we're seeing across the board. Another bit of feedback is that you would have possibly seen through our email notifications that we've stopped maintenance grading around the Shire. The reason for that is that maintenance grading requires water, quite a large amount of water there. So what we're doing is dry maintenance grading, which isn't as good and isn't as good quality, and there's a bit of risk around creating poor road conditions as a result. So we need to be very careful on what we do there and triaging that. The other consideration is that we've stopped our roadside vegetation flushing, and that is very risk of fire. So we stopped that a while ago, but as soon as you get a rock or anything like that, or even just the heat of the actual equipment, can set the grass on fire, which is a significant risk at the moment, in terms of elevation. And on top of that, we are seeing more roadside vegetation, roadside grazing of vegetation. So if you're driven up and down Waterfall Way, there seems to be a cow cancer up there permanently now. And they've got about a sign about this big, sitting on the side of the road, driving on 100 k's an hour into this 2,000 pounds of road. So we're seeing that a little bit more. We've been in contact with local land services to understand the exact process. We don't have a policy that covers this specific thing, but I'm working on having an approach there. Typically, you need approval from the council, which can be done through a Section 138 because it's doing works on the road, and then we can stipulate conditions within that, and then that goes to local land services and they issue the permit that approves it. The question is who actually checks that they're doing the right thing. We don't really have enough rangers. We've got half the ranger, we've got a pretty big space with lots of cows, so it'd be great if LLS took up some of the burden, but I don't think they will. So that's obviously a challenge as we move into more drought conditions. We're going to see more and more of this because roadside vegetation is looking healthy in some people's fields at the moment. So that's sort of 3 small updates that are all pertinent to the drought conditions that are having at the moment. One thing I would note, and it might come up with the in some of the discussions in Gundarra, but so the locals are questioning the water truck and where it gets water for the showgrounds with the barrel racing and the drum runners and things like that. The guys are not using potable water in that water truck, they're taking it out of, there's a quarry out there that's got water sitting in the top of it, so, we're not using potable water to get dust down and showgrounds or anything. So I felt the question, but that's the answer, when it came from Pete, so we had some messaging around that as well, just to, quell any concerns that people might have about that. But you know, it's very disheartening when you have a water main break that's just, you're losing kilometres of water by the hour on the main road in the middle of a drought. So it's great we've finally been able to turn it off, isolate it, and fix it. So, is there any questions?
Councillor Doran?
There is a policy on grazing livestock on local roads, I'm just trying to find it. There definitely is one.
What happened with that is when it came up, we said, well, it's an LLS matter. If we go back to the 2 droughts ago, they told us it was none of our business. The LLS make money out of roadside grazing. They should be responsible for everything. Signs, making sure that people do what they're supposed to do. That's the reason that policy sort of was allowed to lapse, because we were very bluntly warned, and I said, well, at least you should tell us what roads you're going to be on. Because, you know, if you were doing no construction, like if they were doing the floor while you're doing the work, you don't want cattle walking over the road. So my view is LLA should be forced to do what they're paid. They get money for it, a couple of dollars per head per day, whatever it is. The second thing is they should have to tell us what roads they're going to be on and what they've approved. And the rest of it, all the insurances, they should have to be checked. That's my absolute point. Sorry, you want to talk about the fires, Councillor?
No. I'm just following on with that. At the last bushfire management meeting, the LLS guy said that it was their domain.
Yeah.
And he gave us that knowledge, and he did say that he would pass it on to us if he had any come up in our area. But we do have 2 lots on the way to Bundoora, which I'm guessing you guys don't know about.
Well, I spoke to Annabelle Money about this, and she said it's a dual approval because technically they're doing work on your land, our land. So there needs to be some approval, which we can condition. So, for example, we can say you can only have this road with this permit between these hours.
Yeah.
You know, you need to have public liability insurance up to $20 million, etc. Trade management plans need to be submitted for approval. And let us approve any permit without concurrent approval from the council. But if they're making money from it, then I would argue that they're the ones that should be monitoring it.
Absolutely. All right. Is there any other questions? Sorry, Councillor Blakey, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for that discussion around the grazing, and maybe that could be a letter to someone to mediate it, like MP Moylan or something. It sounds inconsistent, but thanks for the update. Thanks also for the report. I know you do this every time, but what is carried forward and what's new and different. It just felt clearer to me this time. I don't know whether you've done a bit more work. I can go back and compare, but it was very clear. I appreciate that. You made reference then just to informing the community about cutting back on grading, but I haven't seen anything go out.
No, so we're glad to do that.
Okay, great.
And it does create specific risks because roads are going to deteriorate, therefore people really do need to go up to the conditions. And when you do have areas like that, you can just see areas locally or dust where you think there's dirt there and it just turns like a big cloud. You can't see, so there will be a communication, I guess, screening coming through, but it just needs to be a little bit careful to make sure we don't put out any messaging that might come back on us. Basically, you agree with what I'm saying there.
Great, that was one of my questions. And two others. I've asked this before, but I'm not clear. The schedule of parks that are listed for maintenance, are the parks at Invergary, Kentucky and Kingstown part of our parks maintenance or not?
I don't know any time. Nelly Park is the one we're talking about here.
Yes.
Nelly Park is definitely on our maintenance. Kingstown, or Kentucky, sorry, brother, is on our list, and Bundoora is mine.
Yeah, Bundoora is listed. Well, there's something listed there, but page 250. But Invergary aren't, Kentucky isn't. And again, just if we are doing them, it would be great to make that listed.
Oh, so you're talking about attachment, sorry. I guess I haven't put information dump in there, so it's definitely on their list of things to do.
Yeah, towns and parks are just as Uralla Shire. Yeah, not the others. That'd be great if they could be there. And then last question is I don't even know how to phrase this, but what are the insights, what is the understanding we're getting about the Uralla Creek work, where what we've gotten a grant for, and that scope of work, is literally up by magnitude of border with the market. Now we know the market is pushing upward, but a factor of 10 is huge. So yeah, that's my question, is what are the lessons or insights to this point about that?
One insight is that the risks around the emergencies like the diesel prices and your sudden increase in fuel costs, which just get passed on by the builder almost immediately, is that when we decide grants instead of budget a year ago, a year later the cost can be wildly different, as we've said. And that's one of the challenges. So when you set up a project 5 years ago, you say it's going to cost $350,000, 5 years later in the construction world is who knows where it's going to be. So that is a significant risk, and that's being felt across the board. So the point we're Transport New South Wales and cancelling projects in New South Wales because the prices just do not match anymore. The implication is that you'll only be able to do less work with the same amount of money. In respect to the creek, the actual pricing for the creek works was actually unloaded, dare I say. But that comes with the caveat that that creek does saying we can do the works with this price, but it'll be this, not the gold-plated standard that everyone would expect, but it's at least something for the budget that we get. So the overall price was 10 times more. But of course, if you recall, I have two separate projects of the civil works and the creek works. Combined, they were 10 times more, but we have now let some individual works. And then you've got to ask them, well, is that the true cost, or are you going to whack on a mobilisation fee on top of that, and all those sorts of things which they like to do. But it is a particular challenge for anyone across the state or the country that has a grant that's been served and agreed and signed up to. That dollar figure is not going to go as far as it used to, even in the last 6 weeks. Which is a particular concern.
Thank you, Councillor Durham.
Thank you. It's a little bit off topic, but speaking about the creek in Alma Park, are you aware that the footbridge, the side rails, a couple of side rails have fallen off? That they're just like down at an angle, and I'm looking quite shabby. I know there's a granting for the RSL, I think, to upgrade the bridge, but yeah, there are the side rail things. There's two of them that are falling off.
Basically, I wasn't aware, and I can see me writing it down. So
yeah, it's been like that for about a week or so. Okay. And the other thing I just want to mention with that section of the creek that you can see so clearly from that bridge, it'd be really good while it's dry, because there's only just a couple of pools now, apart from that it's dry. If we get rid of the poplar trees that are growing through, there's a whole lot of trees and vegetation that are right in the middle of the creek. But it would be a creek to have water in it. So I just think that there's a possibility to remove some of those. It would definitely help when there is rain.
Yes, Dorian, as we said earlier, maintenance grading is reduced, and we're bringing our crews into town a little bit more. So we're not reducing staff or anything like that, but what that does mean is that there are people that are freeing up and doing a bit of extra work. So it could be a possibility we can look into that.
Thank you. No further questions. I've got something. I'll move Councillor Burrows a second, please. Councillor Arnold. The council notes the infrastructure works update for the 2020 March 2026 and notes a number of projects remain high risk following recent procurement outcomes, including significant disparities between market pricing and available funding and constrained delivery timeframes, with mitigation strategies actively being investigated. Thank you, councillors. Did note that snowy 2.8 is now to snowy 42.8. Item 13.12, council is the registered resolutions action status as of the 22nd of April 2026. The recommendation of council notes the resolution action status report as of 22nd of April 2026. If somebody can move that. Any questions? Right, Councillor Blakesley, thank you. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Blakesley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. To note the action regarding plans of management, which we've just dealt with, is slightly out of date on page 259. I don't know if that needs to be updated. And then two questions. I note the discussions and meetings regarding the Aboriginal land claim on Barry Monday's reserve, so thanks for that update, and I look forward to the next step, next update on that. But a couple of questions. I wondered if anything could be shared about the tenders that now are being assessed. I know that's in process, but they're really significant tenders, and I'm deeply concerned about everything we're going to market for at the moment, money-wise. So anything that might be shared now in the meeting, but I appreciate that might not be possible. And then also ask who, if this can be shared, has requested the extension on the Renewable Energy Action Plan, and that being an extra month on that, please.
Brilliant, Councillor Blake, I assume you're talking about the tenders for where it is?
Yes.
Yep. So we've received the pricing. Can't give away too much of this, mate. We've received the pricing. We've come back with their contract condition changes, which we totally expected. And of course, we've got a diesel one in there. Surprise, surprise. So obviously, every single person that just signed up a contract before the diesel crisis is kicking themselves. Anyone that's going through that process currently is thanking whatever diesel guys out there. So yes, they've introduced that, and I don't know if you've seen, there's also been reports of other councils where they are putting the prices up of waste at the end of the financial year to suit the diesel costs, where they provide their own waste management services. That's something that we will have to monitor closely, because according to the Act, we actually have to recoup all costs for waste, so we can't be running over the holes. But at the moment, we're just going through the contract condition negotiation stage.
Through Mr. Mayor, just grab two of those. So Councillor Blakesley, just on the plans of management on 259. So the update from the 17th of April, which was for this meeting, was that a report advising council will recommend the process will be considered April 2026 meeting in response to the matter laying on the table. So this report now takes it off the table and takes us to the next process, which is that review we've just discussed. Also, in terms of the Renewable Energy Action Plan, the officers had feedback from some community members that they didn't think there was enough time, and particularly from farmers. So the extension provides that time. And given there was no, I suppose we're not working to a deadline for budget or anything like that, and this process has been all about engaging with the community as widely as possible. I've said, well, let's extend it to make sure everyone has the opportunity to have say, because we really want them to have ownership of this. Thank you. And I think there was another question.
No, not from me.
Councillors, if there are no further questions, I have moved by Councillor Blake for a second, please. Councillor Naylor. All those in favour, the council makes the resolution action status report as of the 22nd of April 2026. Councillors, we now need somebody to move us into closed session, please. Councillor Blakesy, thank you. Councillor O'Connor. All those in favour of moving in confidential session? Keep the bum out with your minds. recommendation in relation to council. You want me to, thank you. Yeah. The council notes, moved Councillor Phillips, second Councillor Burrows, council notes the legal advice to approve the reclassification of 1.575 million to the externally restricted fund TCT funding reserve shortfall to a new internally restricted reserve title community transport improvement reserve. 3, resolves that the community transport improvement reserve is solid for the delivery, enhancement and future development of community transport service included by council. And 4, approves delegated authority to the general manager to use funds from the community transport improvement reserve for the delivery, enhancement and future development of the community transport service included by council. It is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Time's now 8 minutes past 5. Councillors, you will. 8 minutes past 8. 5 past 8. Geez, I'm completely booked. Councillors, I would have sent out an email today, a reply received around the plug and play. What the challenge for us is that Essential Energy are looking to put something that will help them balance their